Good morning, guys. Bet the Centaur did as well with some puts. I sold in the money covered calls last night, which I'm going to buy back this morning. Spy drilling, a little bit. Jugan, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. No daily DD today either. Ugh. Lost 1,600 on nerve. How? Like overnight? I don't know why anyone's playing it. They never opened options. You know, there's other stocks in the market. What should we expect today? As far as what? Probably not a lot. I'd imagine that we're, as far as SPX goes, we're probably going to find a small range and then trade within it until the end of the day, because people are going to be setting up, uh, like straddles and stuff into tomorrow's CPI print. I'm working on the Greeks. Yeah, CPI data is tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. We'll have to see where we get channel locked, but we're gonna get channel locked at some point today. I think either 30 between 3750 and 3800, or 38 and 3850. But let me take a quick look. Oh man, I don't feel good. Uh all right, so there's some downside support. Well, that can't be right. p.m. 11:09. Okay. Maybe we fall to the lower range of that, but I gotta take a look because the pre-market update's not really very helpful right now. I forgot to sell before Nerve tanked, and they had earnings this morning. Read their 10Q and decided to exit. Okay. I mean, it's a bio stock. It's only gonna run on fucking news about their drugs, and I think all the news about their drugs has been kind of bad, right? Cat lady get you sick again? No. The medicine my doctor gave me last night, I don't think is very good for me. How bad were Upstart earnings? A little worse than expected. But compared to the rest of their sector, not that awful. Most of them had pretty shitty earnings in like that specialized like loan initiation sector. Uh I know Experian, and I was talking with someone last night about it. Experian and TransUnion's a little more stable, but they're rich. um Experian's earnings have been a little worse. And the free cash flow deficit's down. I don't really care about the valuation of Upstart, frankly, but um the drop to 14 was expected and announced multiple times. You're not concerned about Upstart saying banks aren't using them. Banks aren't using anything. Loan origination's down 90% in the last 3 months. But no, because I'm not like a long-term holder of Upstart. I bought Upstart because it's been synthetically shorted for most of the last quarter. There was so much whining on Discord last night about Upstart. Grow up, you Regardians. Either grab your balls, and ladies, your metaphorical balls, and double down, or sell out of the play. Stop being whiny bitches about losing money. I couldn't agree with you more. Worse yet, I told everybody the price it would drop to even. I was off by like 20 cents. I said for the last 2 weeks that they were going to short the living fuck out of it at earnings, which they did. Um, Upstart still has plenty of money. They're not going out of business. They have $120 million left in money for share buybacks. They're sitting on a decent pile of cash. They have another $600 million at 0.25% interest. So they're not going anywhere. They're expanding into other sectors so they can get more business, which is good for them. They're still signing contracts with regional banks on almost a daily basis. I'm not really concerned about the company. And when profitable, they make like 55 cents of revenue per dollar of sales, which is fucking insane. Um, there was a reason they were worth $400 a share at one point. The entire play was based on selling CSPs to buy long calls and using credit to offset the cost of rolling out a long position. Anybody in it who doesn't know the fucking thesis shouldn't be playing it, right? There's no public channel for Upstart. I don't care what the pores have to say about it. Is now the time to buy Jan calls? Yes, like I've been saying for the last week, after earnings is an excellent time to average down or enter new positions because the price is very low. Just like if GME had earnings before OPEX, right? Where's all the copium that goes along with all of GME's earnings where they don't announce anything and have no forward guidance and act like they don't know what their fucking business does? Yeah, I see it's halted. Agreed. Fuck the pores. I would at least research the shit you're throwing money at. It's just, you know what it is? It's all people like we took down like a post last night on Pickle Financial because the post asked, why is Upstart halted? And then all the responses were, I should buy Bobby or Pickle lost me money. So we took it down because it was just bullshit and the actual question wasn't getting answered. Um, but it's just like a weird contingent of people who own BBBY who are like invade the sub to talk about Bobby. And they're like, I guess I'm buying calls on Bobby. Hey man, I haven't had the time to hang around much lately, so I'd like to ask you something you probably already talked about. What are your thoughts on Fubo earnings and subsequent price action and outlook based on earnings? I like their subscriber growth. Fubo is, in fact, like a long-term play. The one with the gay dad MT, thanks for telling us all yesterday it would get to 14 and change when I put out the Ko-Fi yesterday. I was able to change my CSPs down from 17 to 15. You're the man, Girk. Thanks, dude, for listening. Um, so yeah, Fubo, Isidar, Fubo is, you know, a fundamental play. They pulled back their gambling add-on development, which cut their costs a lot, and they're trying to grow out their subscriber base while picking up more and more content. Um, there's a big put wall on Fubo, a lot of which expires over the next 2 weeks, but there's been institutional accumulation for a couple months now. I expect that we'll see some sort of repricing event into the end of this year. It could run for Opex, it may not. Um, it is a volatility short though, so there's a possibility. But I don't expect that the earnings, which were pre-announced for the most part, we're gonna have a very big effect on price. No, they gave me new allergy medication, and it's making me feel like super nauseous and hot. So I'm either having a reaction to the medication, I'm not sure. Did you see the Upstart and Affirm had similar huge put buys yesterday? Yeah, I did. Ooh, still halted. What's so this isn't a Luddle halt, right? What the fuck is going on here? It looks like a Luddle halt. Um, Bear's halted too? Upstart, LUDP. Volatility pause. All right. Okay, it's unhalted. So it's just a little halt. Um, there's a Bobby cult now. Sad. Yeah, I'm not putting up with the shit from them I did from Super Stonk. I'm done with dealing with assholes on the internet. Long over it. Well, thanks for telling me you were selling CCs and to wait for after earnings to buy Upstart. The poors need to clean their ears out and stop buying weeklies. I'm not even going to go into the fact that there were people that actually bought long side weeklies into Upstart earnings last night. There were, but uh, I think the biggest problem that people complain about with things like this is they're like, I'm not around, I'm not watching the stream, I'm busy with other shit. I heard it was good, so I just bought it. But that's a fucking terrible way to invest and an even worse way to trade. Like, if you can't commit some amount of time to researching the stuff you're putting your money into or paying attention to it, you really shouldn't be doing that with your money, right? Like, there are much safer passive investments that you can target. They won't make you as much money, but they also won't lose you as much because you aren't paying attention to them or, monitoring your positions or I mean, and in the case of a lot of people have any fucking clue what's going on whatsoever. It was enough of a move for Luddle. It's 50 cents, which is 10%. It was dollar 50. Maybe it wasn't enough. 10 minutes, so 14 to 16. Needed a dollar. Yeah, it's enough. I think the halt came in late though. Also, if you throw money into Opex plays, you remember really lose it all or 10x the play. I mean, you don't have to lose all your money if you manage the position properly. Um, but yeah, I mean, they're desirable because of their risk reward, but their risk is high. Can Upstart just lay off like 80? I mean, they just laid off staff, which will be reflected on the next earnings report. But they've laid off quite a chunk of staff. So I think yeah, their SG&A will be down. I think they actually have. I mean, honestly, like I'm not in the company for the long term, but I think they have a pretty good plan for moving forward. Like if you listen to their earnings call, which I feel like a lot of people didn't, it was pretty good. I mean, they're kind of down and out right now, but I think they're gonna survive just fine. And their additional like exposure to auto lending and personal lending markets and stuff like that could give them a big leg up on their competition because they're so much more profitable per dollar in sales, right? Trying to understand the mechanics of liquidity generation on Upstart. Is it like a reserve that's built up where fails can be kept below threshold for a time until it dries up again? Kind of, yeah. I mean, do you want to be more specific? Are you talking about like ETF liquidity or market maker liquidity? Because their usage and time to covering is a bit different. Do you expect indices to get crushed tomorrow? I don't know. It depends on what CPI comes in at. Slightly up would probably be a little bit bearish. Flat would be more likely bullish, and then down would be very bullish. I think CPI will come in somewhere between like maybe around like 6.8. This is all my 11 AT and CC Pickle Man. Rolled them down and into 1111 GME CC. Safe this week? I don't know what strike you have, Spider. So I don't I don't know, man. What do you think about IV? Is it skyrocketing like on Jan 21st? Like on Jan 21? On GME? No, IV's pretty low. What was that? My Upstart option shot up like 400% for 2 minutes. It got halted. So depending on your brokerage, sometimes when you get like a little halt or a volatility halt, it like locks in like the last price traded right before the halt. I have one single clue, thank you. Yeah, I think the ask got blown up. So like a halt in the clearinghouse in order to let the ask side repopulate. They've done that on GME before. They did it at like $200. Did Fubo IV just get bumped? What's going on? I don't think so. So how are you repositioned after earnings on Upstart? I mean, I bought back my covered calls this morning at market open. I'm gonna kind of wait and see how this bounce back plays out. There was a lot of puts bought yesterday, so if those keep closing out, that'll give Upstart a little bit of a lift, and then I'll probably sell some more covered calls on it. I'm gonna average down some of my options, and I think I'm gonna start finally buying those like closer to the money options at like 25 and 30 again. Jamel, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. ACIW fired its CEO. Man, you sure can't pick him. Just so you know, I did buy calls yesterday on Upstart, sold them 50% profit, went short before close with 2x leverage, building a position for Opex January now. You rock with your cock, man. Thank you so much, Christopher. Congratulations. Well handled. They laid off their chunky staff. I said a chunk of their staff, not their chunky staff. Well, I hope they didn't lay off their chunky staff because then they'll get sued. Yeah, I saw that Elon sold more shares of Tesla. That's what I'm saying, though. These risky plays, you don't have to lose all your money, but so many have forgotten just how risky OPEX plays are. They think that there's only ups. I know. I didn't have any near the money strikes for Jan. After I rolled them out, like, what was it, last Monday? Um, After I rolled out the Decembers, I didn't open any, like, 30s or 25s yet. I was waiting till after earnings. Good entry for Upstart. I don't know how the IV is. I'd be I'd be a little cautious with that. IV's a little elevated. I don't think it's a bad entry. Ooh. Yeah, that is kind of attractive. Um All right, let me see if we have an update on SPX. Ah, there we go. All right. So gamma flip point 3842. Not a lot of short pressure to the downside here, but some pretty decent long side pressure at like 38.25, 38.35. Ended up closing out on SPX yesterday with a net negative gamma. So, I don't know. If we get some stability here, we might get an opportunity to move back up through and fill that gap later into the afternoon. I'll kind of let you know when it looks good. Do you mind taking a quick look at GDRX? They killed it on earnings yesterday, yet down 20% today. What causes this? Could be shorting. Could be something they announced in their earnings report that they're not very happy, like investors aren't very happy about. I mean, one that's why, earning reports are generally so stiff and formal, is because, they want to be careful not to say anything that'll turn investor sentiment against them. Was GDRX. All right, let me take a look here. Yeah, Q3 earnings, 65% surprise. Down 22% this morning. Looks like they laid off some employees. Not a lot of news regarding their earnings. I would kind of dig into their earnings report and find out what was so bearish, maybe. Because the numbers are pretty good. They beat on revenue. They beat on EPS. I just realized how tight the bid ask has been on GME lately. Is that relevant? It's not that tight. I mean, even right now at the money, it's like 9 cents. Remember, it's not as wide as it was before the split. The split narrowed it by a quarter or 75%, right? So Upstart borrow up to 24%. Okay, that's a good sign. For Upstart, are you buying some December 16 to play Opex and rolling if nothing happens? I might buy some December 16 closer to Opex, but I'm not going to roll it if nothing happens. If nothing happens for Opex, I'm going to close my Upstart position entirely. You're opening more calendar longs on Upstart. I'm looking to sell 16 CSP to buy Jan 25 calls. Let's see. 16's a little risky. I mean, I guess it nets you double leverage, but you could go like 1450, which is a much safer price level, and 1-for-1 them without taking on the risk of being assigned at 16. So, I mean, like the 16 seem, or the 1450 seem better in that regard. I'm not saying Upstart can't move back above $16. It can, but I still expect them to short quite a bit over the next couple weeks. So I'd want to be in a lower range, ideally. Music too loud. But the music's way down. Do you even think an SPX 0 DTE strangle makes sense today? I'm definitely going to do it tomorrow. For tomorrow? Or just in the morning tomorrow? I don't know if it makes sense. Uh, hmm. Pause. A bitch. Right. SPXOI, a little bit on the long side at 38.25, 38.35. So I think we could get pulled up a tiny bit, but I think we're going to start to get progressively more channel locked throughout the rest of the day. So I'd be careful trying to play SPX into the later afternoon. This morning will probably be fine to try to play a little bit of upside. Is Ivy skyrocketing like on Jan 21st, or is it just FUD? Jan 21, or is it just FUD? I mean, weekly IV is kind of higher on GME. But I really don't see it being that out of line on anything further dated. Yeah. So sounds like bullshit. 104. I mean, it's up a little bit since yesterday. Let me see how much it moved up. God damn it. Yeah, IV on Jimmy closed out yesterday around 108. So a little bump, not much though. Friendly reminder that this Friday, the 11th, the market is open, but it's a non-settlement day. That seems relevant. Upstart trending up while the market is going down. Bullish. Could be. Although now the market's also trending up, so let's see if it halts again. Am I really far behind on chat, or just a little bit? Okay. Theta decay is fun when you're on the other side of it. My $50 CSPs are up 15% still after the underlying was shorted to oblivion. My free Jan calls, not so happy with the IV crush though. Yeah, I mean IV will normalize, but it was a little rough this morning. It's starting to pick back up. The Ivy crush on January's wasn't very significant though for Upstart. A few percent. That's further out on the curve if you're out of the money, like far out of the money. I was wondering your thoughts on Oxy earnings, but unlike a poor, I'd already averaged down at the low today without your advice. I'm currently up 16% on my position since averaging down. Oh, nice. I thought Oxy did pretty okay on their earnings. I mean, it wasn't like a Exxon Mobil blowout, but I mean, the estimate was sky high already, so I'm surprised they almost met it. Also, revenues were up 3.5%. I think Oxy's fine. I mean, I'll buy more of it if it drops into like below 63 again. But I mean, I'm still up a bunch on my position. Also, don't forget they have their dividend coming up, so if there's any like entrenched shorts, you might see some of them move out for the dividend period. What do you think will happen to wheat if there's a market crash in the near future? Probably see it spike again. Anytime there's like a question about the stability of food pricing, generally speaking, wheat will run up pretty hard. It also has negative beta, so it's something that people start buying when commodities heat up in a big market downturn. What does a non-settlement day mean? It just means that no settlements will be processed that day. They'll be processed on the next trading day. Was the BP drop likely due to X divvy sell-off? Probably. And BP's still doing pretty good. 34th trading at 30. It's already recovering. Their dividends, yeah, their dividends a little higher. So, some of the run up right after earnings, uh, especially right before the ex dividend date, might have been attributable to some shorts getting out. But I'm sure that's normalized by now. What cost basis did you get Upstart down to with your CCs? 1875. If I'll sell CCs again this week, but I kind of want some of the puts to close out this morning before I do. But I picked up like $2 a share, roughly, on the $18 calls last night. Is Carvana CVNA? Is that Carvana? Same like penny stock. Getting there. And their fucking earnings were atrocious. Jesus. There's not a lot of sellers left, but what's the risk reward difference between selling multiple short dated CCs out of the money and long dated CCs in the money? I mean, it's vastly different. Uh, you can pick up like on an OPEX peak, you can pretty safely pick up like $4 or $5 a share, and depending on how high OPEX peaks, more within the money covered calls and out of the monies. I mean, they're just not going to net you that much. You might get a couple bucks depending on how high IV spikes and how good your timing is. How can you predict a squeeze like the one in January 21? The first sign would be compounding FTDs. A fail to volume ratio of higher than like 30% consistently is a big leading indicator. Reg show inclusion. No, I'm probably going to do most of my big OPEX positioning next week. For which stock, Bruce? Upstart, $18. A little bit before close. Yeah, no problem. Veru halted again? Is it a Luddle halt? Oh, it's just halted for the day. If their drug gets approved, that stock's gonna run like fucking crazy. You think it's possible to make big money trading Forex? I mean, you can. I, I don't really like Forex very much, but you can make money doing it. Some people prefer it. What's SPY doing? Kind of stabilizing on resistance here a bit. I think what people like about Forex is that you can make like small, consistent gains fairly easily. TA works a little bit better on Forex. I'm gonna strangle everything from now on. You seem to be obsessed with strangles. They're okay. Upstart looking good, or like it might drop. I mean, it's looking pretty fucking bullish, right? It broke up into an ascending triangle. Like that's generally a pretty good sign. Elon was selling Tesla all week. He sold 4 billion. Might be time for 200 calls. I don't know. People have been buying calls all week on Tesla and it's not moving the price. I kind of don't want to fucking touch it, honestly. Can you read this so I know I'm still alive? I see you, T. Martin. Upstart borrow fee up to 24.2%. Nice. Seems like it might be a little hard to sustain the short. Liquidity's dry as a fucking bone on that thing, man. Alright, I don't need to watch Veru. What's Cat doing this morning? Doing okay. Fuck, I should have bought that dip. SPX is picking up a little more momentum. Maybe we get the gap fill now. 87.85 end of week for what? On SPX? No, that's ridiculous. 37.85. Thanks for voting yesterday instead of going to the hospital. I didn't go to the hospital. I went to the doctor's. I went to see my allergist. Maybe I need to eat something with this medicine. Holy fuck, I feel nauseous. May I recommend seafood? Oh, too soon, man. Way too fucking soon. Ooh, do we have another update for SPX? A little stronger at 38.25. 38.35 is looking a little better. Not a lot of, well, a little weakening at 37.75. That could be bullish. Should I buy some more calls? I want to buy some more calls. I like this. Another pullback. Is this the market crash? Not yet. Can you say our puts seem like shares in a British accent? No. 11.18, 38.20s be good. Expensive. Really fucking expensive. What needs to happen for SPX puts to get cheaper? VIX needs to cool a bunch. I'm not really sure what a Chicago accent is. Oh, here we go. Is that dropping though? I don't like that. Are SPX options so much more expensive today? Are zero DTs are just more expensive in the early part of the day. Little pullback. Sorry, 1 second. Trying to see where this is going to pull back to. $3,800. $800's kind of negative though. Can't tell if this is accelerating or not. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh, oh. All right, cool. Did you sell your $35 Upstart calls for January? No? Why would I sell them? Think any institutions are with us on this Upstart play? If I remember correctly, Rentec has a position. Let's see. Ooh, they updated the dashboard. That's exciting. Yeah, Upstart institutional ownership has increased pretty massively since March of this year. Who has the most shares? Vanguard, Morgan Stanley, Vulcan Value Partners, Susquehanna, BlackRock, Citadel, Cote Management just picked up another 2.3 million shares. Oh, sorry, Sus and Citadel are puts and calls. Simplex, State Street. Anybody notable? Yeah, Rentec has 200,000 shares they picked up. Upstart fee 32.34 IBKR for 100 shares. Two providers, I guess retail. Okay. So just 100 shares left on IBKR. It looks mostly like shorting on GME, which is a good sign. We'll see. Give it a few days, and we'll see if the bar rate on GME starts to move up in any relevant way. How does that compare to their usual GME strats for position size? It's a little smaller. I think their last buy into GME was like 300,000 or 600,000 shares. $3,800 level seems pretty important right now. Fuck me. Should have closed them for 20%. Let's see. Maybe not. We're just buying more here. Sorry, I'm fucking around with the SPX. Fubo really drilling today? Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's drilling pretty hard. I'm making so much of this big red tsunami on DWAG. CBOE down to $123 a share. It seems like a very, very good for an entry. Let me take a look at it. We looked at this last week too. I don't know about that. Why not like 115? 115 almost seems like a better entry. GN's still not available for GME? No. There simply isn't a neutral point. What is this guy on about? CBOE is barely down from all-time highs, except that huge earnings wick. Yeah, I really don't like this entry very much. Like 115 seems okay. But in the event of a big correction or a crash, like I'd be targeting much lower. All right, they're running out of gas here, I think. Or this is about to pick up a shitload of momentum to the downside. Find out in a second. Crypto cratering, yeah. BTC started crashing yesterday, right? But I don't think you need a question mark at the end of that, Joshua. Has the day's range already been decided by big money? I think so. I think there seems to be some decent buy pressure on SPX around 3,800. So maybe the straddles are going to be set for or straddles and strangles at like the 3,800 level up through and then the strangles at like 3,850, maybe 3,825, 3,775, maybe even more narrow than that. That's starting to see what it looks like. Binance's second thoughts about taking over FTX after seeing their books. Oh boy. Is this the juicy shorting you were waiting on GME? Well, yes, but Vega neutral's also just been rising. They're gonna short GME to oblivion until OPEX, or is this down until CPI and then shoot up? I mean, I feel like it's kind of presumptuous to assume that CPI is going to be good. Or that GME shorts are considering a CPI outcome while shorting it. What's a good entry point for GME? I don't know, sub 20 would be awesome. Do you agree with Jeremy Grantham? I'm not sure who the fuck that is. A British investor? Or does it have a chance to bounce? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if SPX is going to bounce here or not. It's very choppy. It was definitely a push to get it lower. Someone told me the correct way to do SPX straddles, you buy a put and a call at the money. Why not stopped out of SPX calls? I didn't have time to set up stops. I was buying. I don't mind averaging them down to some degree, but if it slips here, I think I'm going to close them. I don't see an FOI to pull us down, and this push seems dumb if CPI will be bad. That's fair. Hey, Pickleman, why are they killing our boy? Well, because this is what they do. Also, I got my first espresso machine. I'm stoked. Breville Oracle, 30% MSRP from a liquidated office. Nice, man. A bunch of energy reports came out around the same time as the drop. Yeah, a few. I don't really pay attention to those very much, but bunch of mortgage reports this morning too. Wholesale inventories are down. Oh, they advanced by 0.6. Okay, so that's a weird scale. Okay. So slightly up this year. Gas prices. None of this is super important. Barkin speaking at noon. So watch out for that. Wholesale inventories came in below the forecast. Oh, and there's a 10-year note auction at 2 p.m. So keep an eye on that. FTX and Gme partnership was immaterial. Yeah, it was like selling fucking gift cards. This drop has nothing to do with FTX. For Gme, when we see this sort of increased volume to the downside, is that a sign we're about to bounce? Not necessarily. I mean, they're shorting us, right? Like this is short pressure. Barking is at 11. No, Barkin's at noon. Are the time zone set incorrectly? No. Didn't you say shorting before Opex is nice? Yeah, it's awesome. Nothing like a little reach around and frag in the morning. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. I can't tell if this is like the short pressure cooling or... it's frustrating as all hell. It's so choppy. SR is bearish on SPX because nobody was positioning for a hotter than expected CPI. Today with SPX 3790, I don't know what direction to pick. Only good thing to do is straddle. Probably. Straddle might be fairly decent here, actually. I'd wait. And ideally, I'd probably want to straddle in like the 3800 range, not the 30s, like 3790 range. It's not quite as good. I would also wait till later in the day. You see Fubo going under 3? That'd be cool. I'll I'll buy more of it. I don't know if it will or not. I think that'll depend on what the market does for the rest of the day. I'm not sure why your time is wrong, but Barkin is 10 Central, so 11 market. Refresh this, but it's still showing noon. Hold on, I'm gonna... I really don't care what time he speaks at, but is the 9th? He's sorted. What's he speaking at? Uh, it's not even scheduled on the fucking Richmond Reserve Bank. I have no idea what he's speaking about. Is it supposed to be UTC 5? Oh, because of daylight savings time. Son of a bitch. Nice. Good catch. When do ETF FTDs conclude for November? Tomorrow would be the last day. Upstart OI update. People taking advantage of lower prices and loading up on calls. I mean, you can't get an accurate update OI update in midday. You have to wait till the next day. There were a lot of puts opened yesterday, so I'd imagine we'll see those close as they were profitable today. Holding GMECC into the 11/18 expiry date be medium, mild, or hot risk. Mild, I mean, I would just be prepared to buy them back if we start to see any significant upside price movement, like into, well, near starting in the middle of like next week. If shit starts to get volatile and volume picks up, I'd want to buy them back. See, expert analysis so far for SPX. There's a lot of like straddle and strangle positions being built up around 3,800, and it's making the market very choppy. Would now be an acceptable time to buy for November Opex. Let's see. A bit. I think it's a bit early. I mean, I think more than likely they're going to drop GME's price even harder. I've been away for a bit. What are the November OPEX dates? November OPEX starts on the 18th. And settlement, or the 18th is the expiration. The settlement is the 21st to 23rd. Although I do think we may see um, a little price action in advance of the expiration. Is this active shorting against Fubo or just going down with the market? Well, the market's been pretty flat for like the last half hour. So I would say it's fairly active shorting. Also, given the volume on it. It's so fucking choppy. Hmm. Do you think November OPEX is the last chance for a run up until Fed March OPEX next year? Um, possibly. It could possibly be the last shot. Hmm. Jesus, Fubo going under 3. Not yet, but they're working on it. Any hope SPY gets back over 3080 this morning or 380 this morning? I think so, but I'd try to be patient with it. I think it needs to do like one more leg down to like the 3780. It's just the trend is super fucking weak and there's basically no volume. I'm trying to figure out what levels like puts will capitulate at, but there's just not that many puts. There's also just not that many calls. Most of them are like set up in strangles and kind of far out of the money. Some zero DTs too. Most of the puts are also, yeah, most of the big put positioning is zero DT. It's not nearly as big as yesterday. Like 500 500,000 at 3805 and 400,000 at 3780. Gamma flip points at 3842. I don't think we'll test that, but we could. I'm hoping to check my understanding here. We're looking to get calls to capture the IV move. How, if at all, do you balance price sensitivity, delta, IV sensitivity, Vega, and the position in the IV smile? I.e., do you try to maximize Vega while minimizing delta? Yes. Ideally, yeah, you want less delta sensitivity, more IV sensitivity. And you usually want farther dated contracts because they have more, like, Vega increases on them more rapidly. Last year, Gme started the run on 11/19 Friday and ran until the following Tuesday. Do you think they'll initiate this run on the 18th, or could they do it sooner? They may do it sooner. They may do it on. They may start it on Friday. But I think the fact that the holiday falls after the settlement period is gonna possibly force their hand early. Okay, I think some of the downside pressure is starting to let up. So maybe we're seeing the like 3800 or 3805 zero DTs closing now. Yeah. Okay. So this looks good to carry us up a little bit out of this descending wedge. I'd watch the 3805 level though. PT for Gme Opex 35. I mean, it'll depend on what Gamma Max is at that point, right? As the price drops, calls get cheaper, and so Gamma Max has a tendency to rise a little bit uh into the like Opex period. And then it'll dip a little right before as people buy nearer the money calls. So I don't think you can really put a price target on it this far out. It's kind of ridiculous. I haven't heard it from you in some time because the past few OPEXs didn't see huge downside first. But talk about how bullish this pre-OPEX GME action is. It'll be a lot more bullish if we start to see the borrow rate go up. If you don't count the big drop, Upstart looking good today. I mean, it pulled back like 10% of its losses already. It's pretty impressive. Okay, so I think we've got some put capitulation now on SPX. It's starting to look really good. I wonder if my period here should be a little faster. 14? Ooh, it's much better. Where is a 0.2% on Gme today? Yeah, I'd want to see a lot more than that. You see how Upstart's bar rate is accelerating upwards? Like, you know, 15%, now it's at like 30%. That's we want to see those bigger moves in borrow rate. Not like 0.2%. That's not ideal. And small moves up are good, and you know the rate of increase is generally exponential. So hopefully over like into the end of this week, we see the bar rate moving a little closer to 10 or something. That would be really nice. Although I don't think they're like out of liquidity from the ETFs yet. You can take kind of a look at that. Um, if we see a squeeze on heavily short stocks, do you think an OPEX period is where it's most likely to happen? Yeah. Is November OPEX looking spicy for VAPs? It's looking pretty good for a lot of these stocks. Um, in varying degrees, but yeah, it's starting to look pretty good. The shorting is definitely a good sign. Hold on one second. Okay, I think maybe SPX finds a little higher low here. Higher low would be very good. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Nope, that's the wrong fucking thing. Yeah, I mean Gme is very illiquid. IJH is really illiquid. XRT still has a little bit of like liquidity left, but not a lot. It's getting pretty low. It's I don't think it's low enough yet, but it'll be there in a few days. Oh, okay. We're gonna see sub 20. I mean, ideally, that's what I'd like to see. You take a look at ARQQ. Sure. Interesting. I think the run might be dead, but it had a nice one. What part of the VW chart are we at now, Dad? Still the other side of it. Approaching my cost basis on Upstart. Let's go. Yeah, Upstart's recovery is surprising. Don't forget there were shitloads of puts that are closing out. So, but fucking resilient as all hell today. SPX is starting to look a little better. We'll see. I think we get a bigger pop here. Maybe back above 3,800 real quick. Oh, yeah, okay. See how much momentum this gets. I'm worried this run's starting off a little too strong. Stockad and Shill. What? Upstart back to spot? I mean, yeah, it goes both ways, right? CEO of FTS worked at Credit Suisse Risk Management. It's always fucking Credit Suisse. Revolving door for scapegoats market wide. Yes, the war cry was far too loud and not subtle. You can say things like Upstart looks really good at $14, but you can't say things like everybody quick buy Upstart at $14 in after hours. You know? Like, I mean, technically you can. There's zero repercussions, but it's not cool. My $1, my one SPX 0 DT hopes you're right. Momentum's still pushing. I mean, we'll see. Another move up. I kind of feel like this one started off too strong, and it's gonna burn out really fast. I don't think it's being driven by longs either. I think it's just being driven by short capitulation at the higher strikes. Because all the institutions do nowadays is buy zero DTs. Down 37% on Fubo, mostly on 2023 calls. Any chance for an exit on these 2023 gen calls? Opex is probably the best shot. If
if clearing is done on the the basket, it'll be done on Fubo as well. So I'd use that opportunity, um, and then you could roll out further or just take profits. It's up to you. Hey, look, my Upstart cost basis is $13.95. Nice, man. Maybe FTX tokenized stocks being closed out. You mean like all 40 of them? Slizzard was robbed? What what's Slizzard? Yeah, this is burning out. So maybe like stay in this range a little bit now. Unless we get a breakout. This is almost a bull flag. It's like a tiny one. What's happening? Any news? No, just shorting the fuck out of Gme. What's what is this Opex for Upstart? My calls are up 100% from this morning's buy. It's fucking not stopping going up. It could be puts closing. It might be shorts covering to some degree. Jesus Christ, it's almost back at close. What did it close at yesterday? I forgot. It's like 19. 1861? Huh. Oh, we're getting a breakout. Bullish. Justice for Slizzard and Fluffioso. Okay, what? Slizzard's a person we've been trying to get you to read their milestone chat for 15 minutes. Oh, shit. Hey, Gurk, I want to say thanks. I started selling CCs a couple weeks ago and have 50% returns so far. Long way to go, but still learning, and I really appreciate all the time and effort you put in. Thanks, Slizzard. That's nice of you to say, man. I appreciate it. And congrats. Sorry I missed that. You're zoning out on your antihistamine meds. Dude, I feel so fucked up today. It's not even funny. Like, it's really bad. Should you be trading then? Probably not. Same gig, except mine is caffeine withdrawal mixed with a cold. I haven't even had a coffee this morning. Maybe that's the problem. Great, my financial advisor is on drugs.
SPX is looking kind of good. I like this. I don't like the gap to the downside that it left, but H2 antihistamines can be sedating. I gotta go look at the bottle. I don't even know what the shit's called. It's not like I don't feel sedated. I just feel kind of fucking loopy and really, really nauseous. Can you post Greek gods for SPX? Like I posted them in last night in the SPX channel. Does it make you feel more bearish or bullish than usual? It's made me lose $3,000 this morning already. Because I was trying to buy more calls instead of setting stops on the ones I had that were already up. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Kirk posted Greeks on SPX last night, and now I understand why he doesn't make them public. Yeah, well, index's correlation to their Greeks is different, but it's nothing. I can lose more than that without any drugs at all. Fair. Little pullback to the 60 here. No? Doesn't look like it. Just bullish consolidation. I kind of wish the momentum would like kind of trend down a little. And we could just stabilize here at 3,800 for a minute. Because then we could actually get like a decent push up and fill this morning's gap. Maybe that is sufficient. Ooh. Take away all the smoothing. What happened? So can I do TA on the trading performance of Gherk on drugs versus Sleepy Gherk versus Gherk on ice cream Sammy's? Sure. I'd love to see that analysis. I hate strangles. Man, you're really all over the place today on those. Theta decay is killing my strangle. Well, yeah, because you have two out of the money positions. Just got laid, Gurk? Hmm. Oh, in the TA. I see. I just want to reassure you that despite the heavy haze you seem to be in, your extreme rugged handsomeness still shines. Cheers. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. I can never pay you back for the amount you've inflated my ego over the months. 914.60? What? What are you talking about, Chris?
Now we fill that gap. Let's fucking go. Shit. Gme drilling for oil. Yes. If you have a second, would you mind taking a look at Docky? You mentioned a decent price point at 43. It's trading around 40 at the moment. This looks like some consolidation before a move up. I don't know if you've been around for this. So I mentioned a few times in the past that there's been more and more volatility shorting on Docu over the last several months. I would say yes. Docu is kind of at like the lower end of my planned buy-in range. So I picked up some shares back here. I might pick up some more soon, as it's kind of resting on this like $40 resistance. There could still be a little range to the downside from here over the next couple weeks. But it's been having, stronger and stronger OPEX price action this year. So something I would pay attention to. Also might be a good opportunity to pick up some calls if you were so inclined. But I like the price. Yeah, the price is really nice. Interesting that their last few earnings haven't really been that bad, but kind of a similar thing to Upstart with that, right? Like it surged really, really high during the pandemic. Um, wow, we didn't fill the gap. Holy shit, that's bullish. Hold on. Oh, that looks good. See, this one's not. This run up's not. This is starting off nice and smooth. Nice, smooth, steady pressure. No, it's not disjointed or overly aggressive. This looks good. This is bullish as fuck. What? The move up on SPX here? This is very nice. Yeah, no problem. Did Jimmy break its resistance from the March drop before the run? No. No, no, no. Jimmy has resistance at 2250, and then the next one down is I think we talked about this a few weeks ago, but the next one down from 2250 is oh, there's one at 2166, 2005, and 1942. Before the March run, we hit a low at 1886. SPX back to 3812. Let's fucking go. I'm all about this. Poison Gherk with a bunch of antihistamines? I would never. Oh, you son of a bitch. Do you have any memory of being poor, or do gains cleanse you of that burden? No. Every aspect of my life forever will always be plagued by the fact that I was once poor. The worst part of it is trying to buy things that you can now afford and know you deserve and not being able to commit to it. Also being constantly plagued with imposter syndrome, but that goes away over time. Better than having been born rich. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to have been born rich ever. It just would have been nice if that like shortly after my birth I was rich. I'll tell you one thing poor people are good at in the market. That's finding a good deal. I'll use it tomorrow, pigeon teeth. Imposter syndrome should be checked off at the start of every stream with can I get a like? Oh god. No. Bitch. Okay, now fill the gap and turn around. I know what you mean, Gherk. I was once poor. I still am. But I was before as well. Man, Rocket Mortgage has been blowing up my phone the last few days. SPX 38500 DTE or nah? Uh, I mean, they're kind of far out of the money. I really wish this would fill the gap. God damn it. Fucking net negative gamma is the worst. It's the worst environment to trade in. It's also the best, but first it's the worst. BTC about to breach 16k. You still up with the buy? No. I pulled back the buy orders. I'm not gonna catch the fucking crypto's falling knife. Judging from the puts and calls expiring on November 18th, I'm assuming we'll mostly have sideways chop into SLD. If you assume they're all bought, market maker sold short, and delta's nearly balanced out. Yeah, I figure it'll be mostly sideways within like a $50 range. I wouldn't just look at November 18th though. There's a lot of zero DTE trading going on. Zero GT and one GT. But yeah, I would say that based on November 18th expiration, we don't have a lot of range either way. Like, I think we'll stay relatively stuck between like 37.50 and 38.50. It's tightening though. It's already starting to tighten. I have two SPX 38.35, zero GTs. Dump or pray for a break even? I don't know. It's up to you. I still think we can push back up into the upper range. It's just kind of slippery. We really want to be trading at like 38.15, not sub 3800. But we also seem to be unable to fill this fucking gap, which is driving me insane. I think the problem here is Theta more than it is realizing price action to the upside. I have two SPX 38.35s. Oh, Jimmy hit SSR? Seriously? Oh shit. It's been a while since that's happened. Hey, I used to be poor, but then I figured out that selling my fermented white to Japanese businessmen was my way out. Now my calves are really sore, but I get to white while flying over the pores. Also, please tell Kebe to reverse the ban on the English language and business. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm glad that you found success in Japan. You should post your commercial sometime. So glad I didn't pour Tesla calls yet. Plowing through the 52-week low. Yeah, I wouldn't really touch Tesla right now. Quebec. Oh. See you later, Blueberry Batman. What are your expectations for CPI tomorrow? Um, did I go over that yesterday? Oh, maybe we weren't here. I think somewhere between 6.5 and like 6.8. But I don't really know if where it's gonna land. I don't think anybody does, frankly. Um, so let's see, we had 0.4, then 0.3. I don't think 0.2 is out of the question as a continuation of the trend. So 6.8 is possible. I would lean towards that, but we also might see a flattening or even a slight pullback, right? So like 6.6 or 6.5. 6.6, 6.5 would be bullish. 6.8, obviously, not great. All right. Well, we got another shot at a tiny little run here, maybe. Let's see if we can actually get momentum this time. Did we bottom out on this? Very close. How did you determine the Upstart downside when there was no historical data? Oh, I looked at the percent range that the market maker was pricing in. And the low end of that range was at the time 1390. So the market maker was pricing in like a roughly 22% move. Who'd you say is speaking at noon? I think it's at 11, but Barker? Is this active shorting or is Gme just dead? This is active shorting. Is it just options data? It's just IV. Poke SPX with a stick so I can close the long leg of my straddle. Same boat, bro. To check percent move, you can look at the money straddle costs and use that to see how far the MMs think price will move from the current price. Yeah. It's priced both ways. I just knew they were going to short it. I knew their earnings wouldn't be great, and I knew they were going to. I mean, they just laid off like a shitload of employees. Like, obviously, their earnings were going to be bad. Also, their earnings have been declining, and fucking like loan originations down like 90% in the last 3 months. I vow to never touch Apple again. Okay. Is it okay if I step away from trading for a while? I mean, if you want to. Did you lose all your money on ACIW? Is an email or extra Discord that comes with Billionaire? I mean, you need to upgrade. I need all the data for my smooth brain. There's an extra Discord. There's no email. I don't have like a newsletter. Ooh, should I do a newsletter? No, that sounds like way too much fucking work. I don't even know how that. How does one make a newsletter? I have a newsletter, but it's mostly just for spite. And I think most of my friends have blocked my email now. Daily DD is kind of a newsletter, I suppose, but I haven't done that for the last 2 days. Sometimes I'm busy with life stuff. People get really pissy about it too, and I think that's hysterical. What does Jimmy activating SSR mean? Absolutely fucking nothing. What am I even paying you for? You're not. Waiting for CPI and SLD. These lows are just so tempting. to start positioning. Let's do it. Shh. Oh, it looks so bullish. Oh my God. You can do it. No, don't pull back. Just keep going. Why stop there? Fuck those puts. Let's go. Buy, market makers. Buy. Aha! No, no, not puts. This is bullish as fuck. I'm not buying puts. Look, I got PDT and lost all my margin. Will you trade this candle for me? That sounds like way too much work, Stefan. It's one of those cases you told me about where it bounces off the middle of the descending wedge. Yeah, yeah. Good looks. No problem, man. I am certain now that you don't know what that word means. Friend is not that. Well, I told them to, like, so all my friends ask me for, like, investment advice. And then I'm like, and they nag me enough that I'm like, okay, fine. And then I tell them, like, fairly safe investment vehicles that are, like, because I know they're idiots and they're not going to make, like, they're not going to be able to, like, manage, like, trades and stuff, right? So I tell them about things like BTU and Caterpillar when it's, you know, and, like, a target price range and stuff. And then they always just go and buy other shit. They're like, oh yeah, you know, I bought 10,000 shares of Meta because, you know, I got an Oculus Rift and I really liked it. So what I like to do in those scenarios is then send them the, like, a weekly or monthly report on the performance of the stock they didn't buy, um versus the one that they chose to buy. I got a loan from Upstart and bought Upstart shares with it. I mean, if their AI is approving that, that's like that's like socializing your own share buyback. It's genius. Hey Gurk, my baby was just born today at night. I wanted to say thank you for your knowledge and insight. Please could you tell me if Gme falling below VN today is super bullish for Opex? Greetings from Poland. Dude, congratulations on the new kid, and being a dad or whatever you are. VN is rising on GME, right? So it's a little odd. For the last few days, you know, Vega neutral on GME has kind of diverged up, and it's going, like, kind of parabolic while the price is falling. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. This is absolutely an abnormality. We stopped having like gamma neutral at some point. Gamma neutral was falling off, and now it's just gone. So like gamma neutral just stops here. Neutral. Vega neutral's rocketing, and the price is dropping. Delta neutral is slightly rising. And gamma max is kind of flatlined around 30. So I think the shorting's really bullish. Act hard to get, and Girk will throw info at you. Did your newsletter lead to you owning a house? No. He's just like a desk manager with way too much money and a serious gambling problem. I'm not gonna lie, he has enough money that he probably doesn't miss the house very much. Did you say you were comfortable holding the LMT position through CPI? I got a nice fill this morning and I'm already up. I was thinking about waiting until CPI. It's tricky because if CPI is bad, that could realize a lot of the move to the downside. I really don't know how I want to position on LMT. I don't like that it kept going up, but part of that's the effect of like a lot of calls being exercised after their earnings and stuff. LMT's a risky short, so and I kind of want to leverage it because I think that the downside potential is really good. I don't know. Maybe we'll see if I get a peek on the market today. That might be when I enter it. I've been pretty trepidatious about entering any positions lately, unless they're SPX 0 DTEs. Everything just carries this so much risk, right? I don't think the FTX news really affects GME at all. I mean, crypto crashing is not great for GME, given that they just spent a bunch of money on a JPEG marketplace. Does your new house have ocean views or skyline views on the ground floor? It has like ocean views. It has like a big window fucking thing in the back of the house. So it's like just all window. And then the upstairs part of the house is in the front. So the back of the house, I don't know, the ceilings are like 20 feet, 30 feet, really high. Someone. Hold on. I don't know if you got censored. Oh, there was no message. Thank you so much, random anonymous donor. What perks do I get by becoming a pigeon, except pooping on the poorest daily? I'm bored from being a billionaire. Help me, daddy. Sometimes there's secret DD, only for the pigeon whales. Super degenerate DD. Sold all my coal stocks a few years back due to the effects on the environment. Do you look at these types of things when choosing stocks? Absolutely not. I generally don't own anything for very long, right? So, and I really just don't. I don't think there's any like morally sound investment vehicles. I think if you're participating in the market to some degree, you're exposing your money to all sorts of things that you might disagree with. So it's best to just kind of have like a neutral take. You know, you can buy a stock and then they can swap the performance of that stock with a stock that, you know, does nothing but damage the environment, right? And you've bought this thing that you think is good. And really you've just improved the performance of a thing which you never would have bought in the first place. So, I mean, with that in mind, it doesn't really seem to matter where you put your money. Money just begets more money, ideally. Yeah, it's the evil is inherent in the entire system. So either I would say that like if you really feel that strongly about it, then participation in the system would probably be kind of the line in the sand. SPX still bullish? No? Maybe? I don't know. Yes, but slow bull. Pullback. Definitely pullback here. How much? I don't know yet. I'll let you know if it starts to turn around. I'm really fucked up on antihistamines right now. I'm not sure what I just said. Do you think Opex could start earlier this month due to the holiday? Yes, I do. Do you see the Composite Man? No, that's fake. I haven't eaten anything. Not since yesterday afternoon. My personal belief is that the United States is at the back end of inflationary and that it will begin to decline. What do you think? Bullish. Bullish statement. I like it. What dates do you reckon OPEX price action will be this month? I think it could start early. So, I'm gonna target like the 16th through the 23rd. There's a weekend in there. Composite Man isn't real, Walken. You've developed a fixation on an imaginary entity, and probably needs some serious counseling. You need to eat something, bud. I know you probably don't have an appetite, but at least eat a slice of bread or something. I will. I gotta go make a coffee in a second. I just want to kind of watch my calls. Holy shit, Danny the Infinite Risk. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, and if you need me to, I'll add you to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Enjoy shitting on the pores from your perch. Yes. Flock Pigeon Whales, and welcome your newest member. Another pore has arisen. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society. He is me, I am him, he is us, he is we. You need some fucking stronger meds, man. I hear mixing new medication with alcohol is lit. Just saying, thanks for all you do, Garrick. Thanks, RPi squared. AMC below 1 year low. Can we get a celebratory AMC as a dud? No, not until it goes. I said I'm not playing that again until it's either Christmas or they're going out of business. So declared bankruptcy or Christmas. We already know AMC's a dud. So what do you think the most likely outcome is for all of these, like, these huge swaths of meme stock investors in the populace that really truly believe in these like MOASS type scenarios and have you know convinced themselves through years of bag holding that all of this is real? Do you think they'll just find another conspiracy, or do you think that like they'll try to adapt to living a normal life again? Like I know, like I'd imagine that none of their friends or family want to speak to them anymore. They'll file lawsuits. Well, probably. How annoying is it that that gap didn't fill? Extremely. It's extremely frustrating. It should technically be bullish. That, you know, it dropped multiple times without filling, but I don't like it. Well, I wonder initially how many people were attracted by the prospect of money versus people that were attracted by the prospect of a new conspiracy theory. This is why I'm heavily invested in antidepressants. Americans do love a good conspiracy theory. We have a horrifically bad educational system. I don't think it's about believing in MOASS. I think it's more about hope. But hope can be toxic, right? Like, hope isn't necessarily a good thing. Have you seen the birds are not real conspiracy theory? Conspiracy theory? I thought we'd already determined that birds weren't real. They say it's finally being real and acknowledging they've been played by Adam Aaron. Just now? Bit late, don't you think? All I know is AMC bag holders will migrate to GME, but they've already lost all their money. So the buy pressure is kind of minimalized, right? And they won't because don't forget spite. People are spiteful. There's no pigeon whale conspiracy theory. Upstart at $30 end of day. No, that's not happening. What's Fubo's next support level if it falls below 310? I don't really think 310 is like a very strong support level for Fubo. Oh, no, it is. I have a resistance at 310. Well, roughly 299. There's kind of a lot of support in that whole range from like 309 to 299. Below that, 237 again. But I think that's like where the CEO was buying. They might get more insider buys at that level. Hmm. All right, I think SPX is going to stabilize right here again. And then hopefully it'll pull up one more time. But I'll be right back. Oh, crap. The only pigeon whale conspiracy is that some of your wives need to get out of my DMs. It's getting excessive. All of you poors keep losing money. My balls need a break and a few days to recharge. Nice. Fucking poor's wives. Oh, someone's got to do it. What's the reason behind the Fubo drop? They're shorting it. They're shorting all of the fucking meme stocks are getting shorted to shit right now. That's how this works because they do the same shit over and over and over again, and then everyone expects different results. Hey, we filled the gap. No? Not quite. Nope, we still failed to fill all of it, somehow. Unfucking believable. I know, but now the SPX is doing interesting things again, and I don't want to go. Is it probable that Fubo repricing will happen during Opex? Yeah. How do you know a repricing is supposed to happen? Well, because all of the puts on it expire. And that's what's currently holding the price down. That and rampant shorting. I should get a rocking chair and a sprig of wheat. Do buyouts typically have a season? More that they have like a economic. Yeah, I guess the end of year is better. How bullish are we for OPEX right now? My bolometer is off the charts. I'd still like to see GME pushed lower. What's up, man? Joining for quick lunch. I'm finally learning why you buy your at the money and close calls right before OPEX and far out of the money earlier. Feeling pretty good about my positioning. Nice, man. Yeah, but Upstart borrow rate's going parabolic, so that looks really promising. Yeah, I like it. What's your buy-in price for GME? What do you mean? Like, what price would I buy more GME at? Or like, what price would I position for OPEX at? I don't care what price I position for OPEX at. It's just when I do it that matters, right? The settlement period goes from November 21st through 23rd, technically. But there's a holiday that week. So I think there's a slight chance we see them start covering early, maybe on the leading 3 days into the expiration. Still thinking 11/16 is the best day to grab GME OPEX positions. Yeah, that's probably when I'll start. I mean, if I see any opportunities before then, I might pick some up. But right now, IV's been climbing a little bit, which is actually a good sign. Generally, IV climbs a little bit before Opex because they short so hard that IV actually goes up. Fubo isn't going to make me a pigeon whale with this price action. I wish I sold CCs, but now just sat waiting for ups. FYI, when buying 2 new sofas, check if they will go up the staircase in the new home. Does anyone want to buy them? Oh shit. The furniture store won't let you return them or like exchange them. The lowest price for Gme this year was 1940 before March Opex. I think it was lower than that. The lowest price for Gme this year was 1888. Yeah. The second lowest price this year was on May 12th, and it was 1944. Russia leaves Kherson bullish. Oh, interesting. My brain works slow, but I finally learned a thing over all these months. Finally not a bag holder and making my capital work for me. Praise VWAP. Congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome. Have you thought of getting a live-in assistant? No. Is this Fubo price action at all bullish? I mean, it's just shorting, right? They're doing the same thing on Fubo they're doing on GMA. The gap on SPX, yeah, it filled, but it doesn't, like, this doesn't look bullish at all. We'll see. I guess if we stabilize a little higher, it's fine, but if we start slipping, that's going to be really bad. So if it's just the fill and then we bounce, awesome. This large furniture these days is not returnable because it's considered custom over a certain size. Huh. What about a live-in familiar? Oh, that could be fun. My favorite television character of all time was Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch. What would be bullish CPI data tomorrow? 6.6 or 6.5? Flat or better. The high bar rate for Upstart means more shorting until Opex, right? Probably, yeah. Although I'm not going to say that the increased borrow rate is having a lot of an effect on the price, given that Upstart's been kind of rocketing today. I think the recovery might still have more in it. It's kind of sensitive to market action, so I'm feeling a little cautious. Have we had a good OPEX run or Gme's cost to borrow increasing dramatically? I mean, that's what happened in March and May. Have you resold Upstart CCs? Not yet. I'd make a great living familiar. Can you imagine waking up every day to my homemade cold brew, air fried bacon, and gigantic smile? It would be awesome. I hate you so much, Stefan. Isn't CPI a double-edged sword? As an excuse to sell, it comes in less, Fed rate matters, and gives more credence to Fed actions. If it's more than expected, Fed increases rate. Both are bearish. No, I don't think credence being lent to the Fed actions would be viewed as bearish. I think if it comes in above, then yeah, Fed rates are going to continue up, right? I meant to say without cost of borrow increasing dramatically. Yes. All of the OPEX runs last year. But it works a bit different in a bear market because liquidity is a lot drier, right? Save the shorts and make them count. Yeah, I mean, I think they tried to capitalize on the bad earnings as hard as they feasibly could, but the market, I mean, I think a pretty fair value for Upstart is around like 18.60 to $20 anyway. Even with their latest earnings. So yeah, and they're still trading at a massive discount compared to their competition. Um, so yeah, I think they tried to take advantage of the negative sentiment a little bit with the shorting, and it's not working out well for them. A lot of the increase in borrow rate today seems to be in an effort to control upwards momentum on the price. I forgot to add Pi-Fi's favorite pineapple pizza. Ugh. Can you speak on why institutions are playing with risky zero DTEs? Are they neglecting the risk because they can manipulate it? To some extent, yeah. I think I think a lot of them are very much trying to prevent the market from rising to a point where it risks their like more leveraged short positions, which are still relatively small. Margins drying up as risk becomes more and more mispriced. And treasury illiquidity creates like a big problem for them there, right? But because it can essentially devalue their lowers their ability to obtain higher amounts of margin. Imagine going from a 16 billionaire to a 1 billionaire overnight. You're still a billionaire. Still seems rough. Did you reposition on Upstart? I still have the same calls. I did some positioning on Upstart. I bought some $25 calls today and some $30 calls today. Um I averaged down a few of my I averaged down like my 50s and 60s. I didn't average down 40s. I guess I just forgot. I bought back my $18 covered calls this morning at market open. I'm kind of waiting for another opportunity to sell more of those, like more covered calls. Got any hope for those SPX calls you have? Very little, but some. More hope for the 3820s than the 3835s. We'll see though. It's still really hard to tell because we're like in that midday chop period. And it's been mostly choppy today anyway. But I think if we get like a decent push, we can move up to like the 38, like the 38.25, 38.30 level, which would mostly save them before end of day. Because like the short positioning, like the zero DT short positioning isn't going in the money, right? Like it's getting burned up on Theta as well. And so like the zero GT long positioning also is, but there's less of it. Most of the long positioning is further dated and more leveraged. So I'm hoping that at some point the balance breaks. Because right now, the puts are further out of the money than the calls, and that kind of makes the call side look a little more enticing. But that can change rapidly. They're holding Upstart shares. I have 15,000 at 1870 something. It's like 1875 or 1873. I haven't done the math. If I can get another couple sets of covered calls off before Opex, I should be able to bring it under. I don't know. All right, one more drop off. Another retest of 3784. Man, they're just not getting the fucking pricing they want. The slow bleed is killing me though. Mark go up. What's happening to crypto? I have no idea. Crypto's been fucking tanking all day. Bitcoin's under 17,000. Honestly, how dare you not predict the exact cent price drop for Upstart? Only warning me of a 22% drop and not 28. You're washed up. I know, Carl. How could I? We're looking at more downside for Gme over the next few days. I hope so, yeah. It's pretty exciting. It's good to see them short it. I know a lot of people get really bearish when they see the price drop, but this is a good sign ultimately, especially if the borrow rate starts to increase. If you keep copying the plays on my screen, you're gonna have a bad time. This is basically my burner account. I used to show you Mouth Breather's easy charts. You're too poor or slow to DCA into losing positions. Be warned. Okay. Weird Ko-Fi. Looks like blowing off some Upstart steam with the downturn in the market. I don't know if the market's really downturning right now. It's kind of upticking, or like it's like bouncing a little bit off this resistance. I think their ability to internalize buy pressure is really weak right now. Upstart's on NASDAQ too, so internalization's not quite as good. They have to use internalizers. Gme fee still the same, but they have more lenders and more shares now, so they don't seem to be having a problem shorting. Yeah. My price prediction for Gme this November will be 41.20. Ooh. That's a nice price. How is Fubo down just as much as Upstart now? What is going on? Things are being shorted. Hmm. Interesting. There's no neutral point in the gamma on GME right now. Thoughts on we down to test support around 750 from here or back upwards? So wheat has negative beta, right? So if the markets are rising or up, wheat's not going to perform very well. If we hit another decline in the market, so this is like a good time to position and average down generally. When markets are at a decline and food pricing starts to heat up a little, uh, wheat should perform better again. Most of the wheat play has been, try to get in low, exit when it bumps. Why did WeBull stop updating Revlon price action? I'm not sure. You could use like Trading View. I think this is gonna get rejected here. Reject fill and then bounce would be really bullish. Most things in the market are pretty red today. I don't need to watch this anymore. Oops. Or higher support? Higher support could be good. This is so boring. I mean, I knew today was going to be pretty fucking boring. I didn't think it'd be this boring, but... Or at least I didn't think it'd be this boring this early. Usually it doesn't get really bad until, like, towards the end of the day when all the straddles are in and it's just nothing's fucking happening. Electricity price to go up in Massachusetts 40 to 65%, started Jan 1st. Jesus, why such a big jump? Tesla dead? Oh, Victor. It's not been getting better. No, I haven't entered an Opex position for Gme yet. Did you explain why Gme dropping but VN rising mattered? It could just be a lot of people selling off puts. Alright, so we're gonna get the gap fill. That doesn't need to extend any further. It can calm down now. Bounce? It could be due to like large numbers of puts selling off in the higher range, or they may just be opening them lower, right? Can you explain, talk about some slow, well, it's slow. Can you talk about some strategies you've used or liked in the past for growing small accounts? Um, Generally in a bear market, like, you could buy like long dated puts on things. Um, that's not a terrible way to like slow grow an account, like just a lot of theta and buy puts on anything that's relatively overvalued, like put leaps. um Selling CSPs is always pretty easy if you're far enough out of the money for slow growth. As you build up the account more and more, you can start to leverage into riskier trades like swing plays and stuff. In a bull market, you know, buy rights are much better. Tesla might be a candidate for an OPEX run. I don't know about Beyond Meat or Baby, or Bye Bye Baby, or BBBY. Sorry. I don't know how much of the shorting on BBBY is actually synthetic, right? BBBY is really liquid. Could affect a lot of states. Interesting. How to grow a small account. Selling CCs, save enough money to get 40 to 60 days of Theta on a cat play. That's how I'd do it. Selling cover calls isn't like ideal in a bear market, right? Because you lose more money on the underlying than you make on the covered call. Check Reddle, the leverage retail ETF. Is it doing something weird? The fuck? Looks like it's getting hammered pretty hard today. Down 6%. Although it kind of looks like that's might be bottoming out a bit. Fubo fell off your screen again? There we go. Well, it's right at that low resistance now. Is it interesting that Gme is dipping right through Vega neutral? It's really not. Vega neutral is just rising. And this negative, all this like negative sentiment is getting me super worked up for OPEX. I like it. Anonymous. Hi, PyFi. It's been a bit since I've said this, so thank you for all you do. You're getting a decent amount of hate right now. Am I? I know you know this, but it's just illiterates and shills and just makes me believe harder. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Where? Is there anyone in the market with a green portfolio? Whose fucking portfolio is green in a bear market? Our BBBY? Well, they're fucking idiots anyway, so who cares? Bury? I don't think so. Bury's just Bury just went cash, right? Was VN really 24.94? Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to wait that out. Fuck that. Any significant resistance levels below this for Gme other than 20? Yes. Gme has resistance at 2166, 2005, and 1950. People in the Discord are freaking out. Awesome. Do you have the Greeks for Upstart? Yeah. Let's see. So Vega neutral on Upstart has disappeared after it rocketed up to like $67. Gamma neutral is at 57 cents. Gamma max is at 26.83, and delta neutral is at 28.05. So lots of puts being sold off, it kind of looks like. Because Vega neutral and Gamma neutral are kind of diverging really hard. Options chain looks fucking crazy on it. Isn't this the shorting we want to see on Gme before an Opex period? Yeah, harder, better. Did RC sell? I don't know. He didn't file a Form 4. Or at least we don't know if he did. Ten-year auction note in 14 minutes. Alright. You think the 10-year note will weaken the SPY? I mean, it very well could. I've been in the Gme channel all day and no one is freaking out. These people are lying. Yeah. Is that the same for Fubo? More shorting the better? Yes, Natty. 2-year play. Not 1-year play. Not 6-month play. Not 1-month play. 2 years. Do you plan to average down Fubo in this price range? Yeah, but I'm gonna wait for them to short it more. But I'll ask every day, bro. You know it. I know. Full disclosure, I'm up on SPX calls and puts, but going forward, I'm not going to play the SPX around big events
where manipulation is blatant. Sometimes that's the time when you can make the most money off of it, though. So 2025 Fubo leaps, same like long play. Yeah, I have. I mean, I have 2024 Fubo leaps, but um, I'll probably get some more 25s after November. Fubo's really cheap. I have $3 CSPs out that I might get assigned on. That'd be cool. Are you straddling with put side favored for tomorrow's CPI? I mean, yeah, my position will be favored to the downside just because I have some like long dated puts on SPX. And I don't really have like a much of a longer dated call position. Um, so yeah, I think I'll be put side favored positionally, but no, I'm just gonna straddle. Like the straddle itself is gonna be even. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Is 1380 a very likely bottom till Opex? I mean, given how hard we've bounced, yeah, I'd say so. God, what a piece of shit. Hmm. T-note auction in? Hmm. Neither side of the SPX is very profitable today. Was that today's price? $4.15? Fubo being delisted? No. It's being shorted hard as fuck, but it's not being delisted. Okay, so it looks like strangle positioning is at 3780, 3850. It's heavier on the call side. And then straddle positioning is between 3785 and 3820. Fuck, that's a really tight range. Double bottom here? Maybe. Bonds falling hard. I mean, that should be good for equities. Oh, is 0DT SPX calls dead? I mean, pretty much. At this point, it's like, I might be able to salvage them into the end of the day. It's still kind of early. Any idea why my calls are filling on the ask on Fubo? No? Are you just buying out like market orders? I kind of want to buy some $3 calls here. Pretty fucking cheap. Or wait. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I can wait. No sense buying early. They can keep shorting for a few more days. Really, I'd almost prefer SPX hits 3780 and clears out some of the put positioning. Do you think they could short Fubo lower than this? Yeah? Gme is trading in an ascending channel since September, not horizontal. But yes, it's fallen below. Are you gonna do live GMETA? No. How low? Like 250? It's pretty liquid. Chad is scared of Fubo dying. Time to buy in. Usually a pretty good opportunity. What was the low the last time around? Like 237? That it hit between like June and July? I don't know what you're talking about, Edwin. Hmm. Ah. The triple bottom? Gork, today blows. I know, man. The days before big economic data always fucking suck. Oh, by the way, if you're short like LMT or TLT or HYG, okay, so HYD kind of tapped its mid. Since they haven't hit the mid price target yet, if you have plenty of Theta, I wouldn't worry about it. But if you don't have a lot of Theta, you could set up like a little credit spread to protect against CPI. If you need like a short-term hedge. On LMT, that could very well be worth it. Ooh, Oxy at 70. Oil taking a beating today? Yes. Jesus. Are we going down tomorrow? Not necessarily. It's odd that AMC got bad news, but Gme is taking it worse. All of these periods are identical. And all of these stocks across the last like 2 years. I'm sure LMT means setting up a bull put spread before market close in case it rips before market open. Yes. So you can sell a put to protect the upside a little bit. With a few thousand to throw at Opex, does Gme have the most potential for VUPs? I actually think Upstart does, but I think the problem with Upstart, it doesn't have the same potential for FOMO. So I think like out of the ones we're watching, I think Upstart has the most synthetic obligations that were created over the last quarter. But I don't know if it'll have enough FOMO to drive it as hard as GameStop could potentially run, right? That's the thing about GameStop that it is kind of unique across the basket. Most of the other stocks, unless they pick up some social media momentum during OPEX, they kind of peak, then peak a little lower, and then fall. You know, GME peaks, builds up a ton of FOMO, peaks again, then peaks one last time, right? And these are like usually about T+2 apart. So on GME, when it starts running, you get a lot of FOMO, which drives Gamma Max up even higher. And that's not necessarily true of a lot of the other OPEX stocks. Sometimes they just hit Gamma Max and then fall. Ten-year note sale went above expectations. Yeah, it looks decent. Looks like it came in 4.14 versus the previous 3.93. Much better than yesterday's 3-year note. Fubo's on sale. It could be even more on sale after tomorrow. Black Swan Thursday. I'm kind of considering if it hits 250 doubling down on my Fubo position. But I don't know if that money's just better spent on leaps. How high do you think Upstart can go for OPEX without FOMO? I mean, it'll pick up some, but let's see. It's really hard to say because those are so skewed. Right now, I would say somewhere around like 30 or 35, which has kind of always been my upper like upside target. There were a few points where Gamma Max on Fubo kind of flew off the charts. But I think Gamma Max is in a pretty good range right now, given that it usually kind of flattens out before Fubo runs. Fubo does get some FOMO when it runs hard, or at least it has this year. Like you got a really decent amount of FOMO back in like Feb and well, a little bit in March. I don't think it's broken Gamma Max the rest of the year. But Gamma Max on Fubo, when it runs, skews really weird because the calls are so fucking far out of the money. Like when they start hedging volatility on it, it has strikes up to like what, $590, which really fucks up the neutrals. QTD to Twitter and Wall Street bets to get the Upstart FOMO up to a boil. I mean, not without explaining a lot of concepts that it's taken me more than a year to like teach you guys. Yeah, Upstart doesn't have a lot of historical OPEX action either. The first real instances of like correlation with Upstart were in May. May it started to have like a little bit of a like OPEX correlation, And then August, it had a big one right when everything went on Reg Show. I think most of Upstart's runs previously were during ETF FTD periods because it's been shorted really hard, but the liquidity pool on it is really slim. It's only in a few ETFs, and very specifically, only really in one ETF. Yeah, I'm talking about Upstart. SPX VUP song later. I don't know, man. It kind of just looks like a piece of shit today. The straddles really might just be too strong for anything like positive to happen. We don't even like Gamma's even pretty flat up to like 38.20, but we don't really have any buy pressure. We'll see. The later afternoon can pick up. The T note thing's kind of good, and Barkin's speech was a little bullish, so I don't know what effect that'll have, but some. Ha! I haven't learned anything. Joke's on you, YOLO. Thanks. Cobra, Fubo's on sale. Black Swan. Oh, I read that. Thanks, Cobra. I keep forgetting to use these free chats. Well, there you go. Gme at 22. Jesus fucking Christ. I said they'd start shorting it. Me too. Thanks, Visceral. And you said seeing Jimmy at 17 was too extreme, but with today's shorting, do you think it's possible now? I still think it's kind of extreme. Don't forget, okay, and this is something I think people need to remember when they short us like this. Um, you know, there were a lot of fucking buyers under $20. A lot. So the closer, and you know, think of that as like buy pressure increases the lower the price goes, right? Yeah, is that a good way to draw it? Let's use like a separate. So buy pressure goes up as the price falls, right? And under $20, buy pressure really starts to go up quite a lot. So the lower we go, the harder it is for them to short, and it requires more and more volume to drive the price further and further down. And that, you know, that's a lot of doing that catalyzes a big chunk of the price movement we see during OPEX, right? Because, you know, they make shares and options so fucking cheap that everyone just buys them, right? And then they close their shorts and their puts, and they let that buy pressure give them back all their liquidity. Yeah, I think the shorting on Fubo is pretty bullish. Fubo got shorted pretty hard into August, too. And by August 2nd, Fubo was at $2.50. And by the 16th, it was at $9 or $8. So, yeah, I think it's pretty bullish. I didn't think they had the liquidity to short this hard on GME. I mean, they have to turn to the lending pools eventually, but not just yet. They just got ETF liquidity, right? So mm. Oop. I hate charting on this. All right, last hope. Sounds like printing money. It is. Let me clear this up for y'all. There are many that plan to 2x their GME position at $20. Also, very important, the levels of these prices last about 1 minute. So I'm setting up buy orders, good to close now. They last a little longer than 1 minute. But they don't last long. Any bottom on SPX? Looks like we're headed to 37, like 37.50. How do asymmetric tails look? Nothing has changed. No, not a lot has changed. Only 40k available on IBKR and bar rate rising slightly. It's a good sign. It needs to rise a lot. We want to see like significant and sustained moves in the bar rate. Yeah, if the bar rate bumps intraday to like 9.5 and then falls back to 9 at close, it's not really relevant for our purposes, right? Thank you for the free chat reminder. I'm glad I didn't waste it again. Thank you, Harry. Grid said if we don't hold 1940, the next support is 16 and change. He really likes to overshoot the bottoms. Yeah, I wouldn't really call 16 and change a support. He's talking about the gap from fucking, it's not even a gap, but like the price action from February. February 2021, mind you. It's a little stronger at 15. Like 16's okay, but it's a little stronger at like 1537. I highly doubt we're gonna fall to those prices nowadays. Don't forget that they're gonna want to bleed off IV too at some point during this. So usually the big shorting is then followed by lots of chop, right? As they try to like drop IV down to a better range. So usually we get like a big short that bumps IV, and then the price just kind of chops. Sometimes we get some volatility in this, right? Like you can get like wicks that extend beyond, but it's really unlikely we're gonna fall down to like $15 or $16. Do you think Upstart will be sub 16 again ahead of Opex? I don't know. Upstart looks touchy. I mean, they fucking jumped the borrow rate by like double today, and the stock's only gone up since open. So, and that's against a dropping market, right? So on Friday, the market is open but isn't considered a settlement day. Do you think shorters in the basket are using that to their advantage today, with Friday being T+2? I mean, yeah, they could be. It pushes their settlement out till Monday. Thanks, Backside Snap. Happy anniversary, man. Why do you hate me for shorting Caterpillar? It's just stupid. You could short anything else. Why would you short Caterpillar? Even today, Cat's only down like 1%. You could have just shorted the SPY if you wanted to short Cat or Dow. It's just a bad short. It's resilient to market drops. It's attractive because it just had great earnings. They just landed a big government contract. Elon already sold his shares. I think he sold like $4 billion worth. Hey, my nerve position went positive. Silver lining. Nice, man. Whatever happened with Veru this morning? Forgot to watch that. Oh, it's still suspended? Jesus. How quickly does GM change with rising prices? Pretty fast. I mean, don't forget that like people are piling when a stock's running like that, people start piling into out of the money calls, right? And that drives gamma max upwards. How do you nail a gamma max exit? I mean, you can't nail it because you don't you only know roughly where it is at the start of the day. But it does give you like a very close range. You can watch, options volume flow throughout the day to give you an idea of how much it's kind of skewing. I close my cap puts at open. I'm never buying them again. It's just not a good short. It has like a sometimes it's been really good, but most of the time it kind of like drops and stabilizes and drops and stabilizes. And it's generally kind of resistant to the downside of indices. And then on the upside it's a little more sensitive, right? So it has better performance up than down. Um, so it's in most cases it's better just to short the index than to short cat. So 10-year treasury sale didn't go well? No, I think it did. Oxy still have a chance to get over 75 before December. I didn't expect them to go down after earnings. I mean, I didn't either, frankly. Oxy's having a rough day, but I think most of oil is. Um, yeah, I mean, like Zom's down 3.33% today. Oxy's down. Where is Oxy? Not have that on here. Ooh, Oxy's just under 70. Oxy's down about double that today. I think their miss on earnings was minimal. I mean, they missed by 3 cents, you know. And they did, pretty phenomenally considering the range they were expected to earn in and the dropping price of oil over the last quarter. They have their ex-dividend date is on the 9th of December, so in about a month. That should, generally speaking, that helps with price improvement a little bit. So we should see like a small bump at some point before the dividend. Maybe not huge, but a little one. SPX hits 37.65, then 37.30. I don't think we'll fall to 37.30. 37.50 is pretty solid. I guess the call side's a little weaker. Hmm. There might be some support here. Oxy had earnings last night. What? I know that. It's hard to determine how much of today's drop on Oxy is due to their earnings. I don't think it's a lot of it. I think most of it's due to the fact that oil's down, like 296 basis points today. Are all the election results in? Just tuned in and saw Upstart murdered. Did I miss my buying opportunity this morning? You've probably been asked this a lot already. Thoughts on Upstart? I am surprised at its performance today. Borrow rate on it's doubled since yesterday. Maybe. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it'll go back to 14. I'd wait till after today, after some of the puts are closed out, and see if, the shorting has more of an effect like tomorrow or the following days. You know it's not dumping today? Tootsie Roll. Yeah, but over 10 years, it's only going to go up 2%, so... You think they'll short Upstart more next week? I mean, if they can, yeah, I'd imagine that would be ideal for them. No? The market won't find out the Senate majority until December now. Oh, fuck. Most of the results are in the current with the current reporting districts and remaining percentages. We can say with confidence the trash day is a projected winner for admin. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, if the market pushes up, Upstart will too, right? Like its correlation is well, actually, this part is kind of weird. It was just rising against the market through this range. This is kind of in line. That's in line. Even that. I mean, if the market pulls up, it's definitely sensitive to that pressure right now. Fubo getting a step ladder attack. It's getting fucking shorted super hard. You think about more CSPs on Upstart, GME, Fubo? I might start selling some on GameStop soon. Not just yet, but soon. Fubo, I already have some out at $3 that expire next week. That's it for CSPs right now. I think I have some out on BTU. I just woke up from a coma. Is Rev still the play? Oh god. Boy, do we have some news for you. December 250 CSP on Fubo looking good. $2.50, 60 cents. Not bad, actually. Chance of assignment's pretty low. Solid yield. $24 yield. You know, I don't hate it. Wait, sorry, that's wrong. These are puts. Oh, that's garbage. Never mind, I lied. $3 ones aren't looking too bad. 350. Well, 350 is not terrible either. I don't hate the $3 ones. Is VIX gonna take off since CPI looks so bad? CPI is not out yet. Google just died. Oh, thank God. How hard? Cool. I really don't want to get assigned on that. When the bear market comes to a bottom, how long does it take on average to switch to a bull one? Years? Usually not. I mean, that'd be like a depression. I don't know if we'll end up in a depression. That seems a bit extreme. It can take a little while though, like 6 to 10 months. What happened to CPI last time? What was the last reporting date? October 13th? We ripped pretty hard. We like bottomed out on the trend the day before CPI. So like on the 12th, I think we hit our low for this entire bounce. That was like the low for the bounce was that was when we hit like was it 34.92? The next morning we moved up. Well, by the middle of the day the next day we'd moved up almost 200 points. You think we rip when CPI is released tomorrow? We might. Hmm. What do you think about buying a portion of your Gme Opex positions now, or wait till IV dies off more? I'll probably wait till IV drops a little more, like once we stabilize in a low range. One of them. Carl. One of them. Missed the drama the last few days. I don't think there was there a lot of drama? Just got a flu shot plus the bivalent booster. Puts on Nedog. Ref. Simultaneously. Get fucked, unable to fuckers. Weird ticker shoot up in report. I have no history of buying. What mean? I have no idea, man. I feel like that's a question for your broker, not me. Is the Mexican market open? I think so. If you had to catch either the flu or COVID, which would you pick at this point? The flu? Do you see holidays ruining this Opex? No, the holidays after the settlement period, so I'm not super concerned with that. What's going on today? Shorting all over the market is intense. I'm basically no news. I think a lot of it's like straddle and strangle positioning, especially on SPX, because that's where it looks like all the OI is going, is like out into like near the money. Well, not near the money, but like 37.60 to 38.20 is a lot of like strangles or straddles, and then like a little wider at like 37.50, 38.50 for strangles. A lot of the shorting doesn't seem to be very far dated either. Because I was looking out on the further expirations and it looks still kind of slim. How far could SPX drop if CPI is bad? I mean, it depends on how bad CPI is, right? How are we feeling about SPX and Volmageddon now? I've been out of pocket. I mean, I don't really think today is a good indicator of what's going on with that situation at all, right? Uh, Almost everybody's just prepping for CPI tomorrow, right? It's the biggest news for the next couple weeks at least. Do you see OPEX ruining the holidays? That's possible. No, I think the shorting looks good for OPEX. Yeah, volume's really low. Let me ask it another way. SPX won't be flat after CPI. No. No, it won't. One way or another, CPI, I think, will create a lot of volatility. Thoughts on the selling December 350 put on Fubo? Are you okay with buying Fubo for $2.70? Yay, there we go. It could be, yeah. Trying to get prices as low as possible in case they have to cover shorts tomorrow. I could see that being the case. If the market surges up, it's going to put a lot of pressure on them, especially if it moves up hard, like into the mid 38, 3900 range and starts pushing. Delta neutral on SPX is what, like 4025, so that could have also accelerated the sell-offs we're seeing in crypto as well, right? Anybody who's short right now. Pressure on securities sold not yet purchased, and pressure on long volatility positions. It puts you in a bit of a tough situation when you massively leverage the downside of the market and then it doesn't crash, right? I didn't say it's going to pressure GME. GME is very much under control. If GME runs, it will be because they want it to run. Are we sitting on a giant margin bubble? Kind of. More of a lot of bad credit risk. Did you see my question above regarding OPEX? Maybe not. Just to confirm, OPEX 18th through 23rd. If we see significant price move that week, we should see further ups after the holidays, 28th, 29th. No, I wouldn't. I would expect it to be more like last November. I would expect the holiday to be the end of price action, or as we approach the holiday. I think there's a better chance that we see some price action early. So here's OPEX. And then here's the T+2 period, and this is the 18th. What was this? 21, 22, 23? And then this is the holiday. And then this is the 16th, 17th. So I would say that we could experience some price action in this range. similar to last November. Last November we started running on the expiration date, right? We ran up into close. Then Monday we dropped and ran up. And Tuesday we rocketed and then crashed, right? So maybe something like that. I'd at least be cautious of that happening because the holiday falls that week. And I don't think they want to extend those obligations into the holiday. Did you hear about the new glitter conspiracy on Reddit? Are you buying all of it? What glitter conspiracy? Essentially, the market can rip and they can just boof whatever they want on GME, right? Yeah, pretty much. There's times when that's harder, right? Like, if people are buying a lot of calls, it makes it more difficult for them. But that's because they're working against retail and the market maker. How does crypto crashing play into Volmageddon 2? Well, crypto's used to leverage a lot of margin, right? So if we're seeing big sell-offs in crypto, it could be that that's being used to sustain margin in the in equities, right? Could be used to sustain margin anywhere, but crypto's the riskiest asset by a long shot. So if you're de-risking, the first place you're going to de-risk is crypto. I've been busy for the past 3 weeks moving house. Any reason Fubo has dropped so much? It's been shorted really, really hard today. Like, volume's pretty decent. Jamie's also been really shorted very hard today. I think if we go across most of the basket, we'll see the same effect. You know, they have some ETF liquidity. They're using it. Let's see. Coal's down like 6%. Nordstrom's down 5%. Macy's down 4%. AMC down 8.8. Rad down 10%. Um, Bobby down what? 8.79%. Fubo down 15%. Express down 3%. So, they're kind of shorting pretty hard everywhere. DDS down 5%. I think those are the only ones on this watch list. But yeah, I mean the whole basket is massively underperforming the rest of the market. And then, everything's a little red today on top of that, which only helps, right? How's SPX? Looks like it found a little support at 37.62. Maybe move back up into the straddle range, 37.80. Fucking Carl. Um, I think what they meant was feedback from an OPEX move on subsequent T+2 dates. Well, by running it early, right, they generate, and this is what happened last November. When they ran it early, they generated a lot of FOMO into zero DTEs, right? Because Gme was running on a Friday. And if it doesn't run on Friday, people are more likely to buy further dated calls, right? And so by doing that, you know, they ensured that Monday the call chain was weaker. And so when it ran up on Monday, it didn't quite break Gamma Max, but it came very close. And then, you know, on Tuesday they broke Gamma Max and slammed it, right? As long as within T+2, they can get it back to the spot price here from Monday at market open, then they don't have any exposure. There's no there's no gamma to hedge. The problem the way that you end up with a situation where the price keeps running is if it runs up, falls, and then runs up more, right? Because now they have this range of gamma that they need to cover here, right? And then it falls again and then runs up, and now they've got, you know, this range of gamma that needs to be hedged out here. Right, and so it keeps continuing, and this narrows over time. So you know, the first range that they have to cover is the biggest, and then the next one's a little smaller, and then the last one's much smaller, and then you know, eventually it's weak enough that it can start to fall off. But uh, where was I going with that? Yeah, if they bring it back to spot, like last Monday, right? Last Monday didn't kick off a lot of additional price action, right? Because, you know, we ran up super hard, and then by the end of the day, we were kind of just fucking right back where we started. And so that means that there's really no like carryover, right? If this is even. I don't know about SPX futures. I can look tonight. Um, I'm not seeing anything super interesting on the VIX. But I haven't looked since this morning when I woke up, so I'll check. I'll check and see if there's any fun updates. Uh, looks like VIX is kind of still just chilling above like VIX is above its gamma flip point, right? It's pretty negative to the fucking upside though. I would say the long side, like the long vol positions, are more concentrated and in the money. And that's true for both the 1116 and, well, the 1221 positioning is significantly more short. Interesting. Let me take a look at something else here. Yeah, positioning on VIX is really kind of like all crowded right around the $26 strike. There's a lot of out of the money call OI, but it's like way the fuck out of the money. And the put OI is all just like from, you know, like 24 to 30, but really concentrated at like 25, 26, 27. Call OI for the next expiration on 11/16 is 2-to-1 call to put. But some of those are sold too, right? The US only has 25 days left of glitter? Are you shitting me? Who cares? How many DT are you planning on for tonight? 3 to 5? I already bought into my straddle for tomorrow. I have November 14s, which are what? Those are like 5 DT, right? Yeah. You don't think this is the bottom for GME this week? It could be. They could also short it harder. If the market rises tomorrow morning, they're going to need to use all of their short leverage and all of their internalization to suppress the price, right? They're not going to be able to actively short it more. If the market drops tomorrow, then they're going to short it a lot fucking harder. Yeah, the de-risking is general. Well, primes are de-risking short sellers. No, I mean, like, the effect on crypto would be like institutions that are holding crypto selling crypto off in order to get liquid cash. Could this be the short's last gasp, holding out for CPI crashing the market? I think so, because something really interesting that we've seen over the last, well, something I've noticed over the last few days, I've brought it up a couple times, is that the time horizon on short positions on SPX since the end of the pimento, right? So since October 21st, the time horizons have been drawing in closer and closer. Um, so we were seeing after October 21st, we were seeing like like 14 DTE, 7 DTE, 7 to like 14 DTE positions, right, on the short side. And then we were seeing like 5 to 10 DTE, right? And now we're seeing like 1 and 2 DTE. And this has happened really, really rapidly. Is that like the leverage short side is increasing in value, but it's decreasing in theta, right? Um, and so, I mean, this is a really good sign that short positions are slipping, right? And if you guys remember Bobby, this is something that we discussed on Bobby when they rolled forward their put wall, right? Bobby started pushing up against them, and we saw them roll their put wall forward, and then we saw them roll it forward again. And each time they rolled it forward, the amount of puts drastically increased, but the length of time to expiration decreased, right? And so over time that put wall went from very big to smaller to much smaller, and then it capitulated, and that's when Bobby ran, right? And we're seeing a similar effect where we had this massive short position on going into the October expiration, right at the end of the pimento. We're now seeing a similar effect where short positions over time are losing their grip on shorting the indices, right? And they're clearly holding out for the next major macroeconomic event, which would be here at CPI. If CPI is positive, or well, if the print is negative, but the sentiment would be positive from that, or even, right? So like our last print was 6.6, which was actually extremely bullish because the previous print was positive 0.4. This 6.6 print was positive 0.3, right? And so that shows, you know, a decrease in the rate of acceleration. And so if we see 0.2 positive or better, which would be, you know, 0.1 or 0 or -1, right? These would be the better values. Then that could mean even more bullishness, right? And I think shorts are afraid of that, right? That outcome tomorrow would be very bad for them, because this outcome increases the likelihood of a Fed pivot. It increases the likelihood of a lower rate increase in December, or maybe no rate increase at all, right? And now all of a sudden you're fighting against not only, you know, the market conditions which are making shorts really unfavorable, and the, you know, lack of liquidity in their cash positions, and, you know, the VIX overpricing puts and making it really difficult to gain any meaningful leverage. On top of fighting all of that, they'd also be fighting bull positions coming in leveraged, right? I mean, it's not like primes don't know that if they're going to call the risk on billions in short sales, that they're not going to, like, you know, position to capture the upside move, right? Like if you lend out, say you own 1,000,000 shares of a stock with a 10 million share float, right? So the company's got a 10 million share float, and you own 1,000,000 shares of their stock, right? And all these shares have been borrowed, right? They've been lent out to short sellers, and the price of the stock, you know, has gone up, and then you lent out shares, and shorts brought it down. But you know that in the future, the price of this stock is going to go much lower, right? So your projections, your analysis on this stock says that this stock is going to lose 50% of its value in the next 6 months, right? You don't want that, right? Because even though you're lending out your shares, you still own 1,000,000 shares of this fucking company, right? So what do you do, right? Well, first you would buy calls because the price is low, right? And you buy a bunch of calls, and then what you do is you recall your shares, and you're recalling 10% of the float of this company. It's a huge move, right? So you recall your shares, and that forces the short seller in T+2, or however long you give them. You can technically force close them immediately to buy the underlying stock at its current price. And that's going to drive price up into your calls, which then the market maker is going to accelerate price action upwards, right? And you can close out your calls and then sell your shares. And then the stock can drop 50%. And primes do this, except the entire fucking market, because they own 10% of everything, and they lend it all out to short sellers as much as they feasibly can. To clarify what I mean by that, BTC is used to leverage short positions. They then sell crypto short risk equities, then exit off the shorts into CPI. Yeah, I mean they do the same thing, right? The short sellers do the same thing on the other side. You know, they'll buy puts and sell all their BTC, right, and let someone else hold the bag. My mom got mad at me for tickling my little brother's feet. She yelled and said I should wait until he's born. Oh, Jesus. Kendro, too far. I wish I could take credit for this one. Jesus Christ. But I saw this today and had to share. Oh, Jesus. Too much, man. Thank you for trying to lift our spirits with your inappropriate humor. Someone clip all of that. Sure. I don't want to clip Kendro, though. Like the fucking stream, people. Jesus Christ. What are these numbers? CPI comes out at 8:30 a.m. Power Clinic's up 5,700%. Good time to buy out of the money 0 GT calls. Sounds like a terrible idea. 57,000%? What the fuck are you talking about? How isn't this like front page news on everything? Jesus fucking Christ. Huh. That's a lot. On 86,000 volume. What's their float? 316 million shares? 5 cents a share? Hmm. That's like bigger than the Gateway run. How is this not making news? Well, it's on OTC, so there's no halts. I'm quitting my job for being treated like an idiot. Oh, if you're looking for something different, Weekly Zarama, you've come to the wrong place. Thanks, Danwich. Are we seeing shorting via puts that could help catapult Opex or something else? I think we're seeing a decent number of puts come in on GME. Which, yes, that does help. Let me see how many. It may not be a whole lot. Ooh, is Felix getting weird again? Curious. Yeah, a lot of bot puts today. November 2018 24s, November 11 24s, Jan 2250s. Yeah, solid amount of puts today. A lot of calls sold off today, too. Why does a Bobby bag holder bring a door to the desert so he can roll down the window when it gets too hot? I missed a chance to take profits on both of my strangle legs. I'm so greedy. Is it your strangle for tomorrow though? Or was it not for tomorrow? Yeah, you heard that correctly. It's 57,000%. EPWCF? Why are you so intrigued by it? That's an insane increase, right? On a stock that was essentially seller boxed. Someone's gonna get blown up on that. Yeah, seller boxing is real. Yeah. It just doesn't occur when stocks cost money. Seller boxing occurs when stocks fall to like fractions of a penny. This is just some rando who got scammed into buying the ticker. Yeah, but he might have blown up like quite a large short position, right? Here's what 5x on BTC until CPI. Let's see everything going back into my GME after. Oh, okay. But when a penny stock is that cheap, it shouldn't take much buy pressure to increase the prices that much. No, it shouldn't. And that's why seller boxing's so advantageous on it. But um, what's interesting about it is not only the price move up 57,000%, it also has stayed there instead of just snapping right back down again. You can't buy it. E-Trade won't let you buy it. Yeah, I could check Schwab in a minute, but it's probably I'm sure they've stopped buying on it. It didn't go from a penny to 5 cents. It went from like 0.0000476 to 5 cents. Upstart cost to borrow rising significantly. Yeah, it's especially a good sign today with the price on Upstart bouncing back so much and the cost to borrow rising simultaneously. Schwab says you have to call. Okay. Check out this breakdown out of a breakdown out of a breakdown on the SPX today. We didn't sign up for a red wave on the stock ticker. Dude, the SPX today has just been a fucking piece of shit. Not a single fucking bounce gained any traction. Decent time to enter further dated VIX calls. It depends on how far out of the money you're talking. It's not great because the VIX is up today. But it's not terrible, I guess. I'm still waiting till next week. I bought some Upstart stuff this morning, just because it was really cheap. But yeah, I would say I'm gonna mostly hold off for next week. I expect Ivy will continue to grind down on Upstart, if nothing else. And GME, I kind of expect them to keep shorting at least for a few more days. They still have some liquidity left in XRT, so I mean, their potential to short GME is still pretty good. I'm not buying. Why would I buy cat puts? Are you still bullish on Jimmy Squeeze? No? Like, what do you mean squeeze? Define squeeze. Like MOASS? No, that's bullshit. I'm still bullish on GME. I don't like fucking. I don't think MOASS is real. It's just a made up fairy tale to keep people from selling their shares when they were profitable. Any predictions on CPI tomorrow? You're usually spot on when it comes to those. I already said earlier. I think we fall in like a 0.2 range. It'll either be positive or 0.2 positive or I guess even is possible. I really highly doubt we'll see -1, -0.1. So I would say 6.8 is most likely. Let's say like 50% confidence in that, and then 6.7, maybe like 25%. Even I mean, even front weight the 6.8 a little more than 50%. Six seven or 6.6 would be very bullish. Any reversal in trend, even a slowdown in trend will be bullish. It was bullish last time too, on October 12th or 13th. You know, we just got a pullback. We went from a 0.4 to 0.3, and that was immediately bullish, right? So, you know, a 0.2 or a 0.1 would be very bullish. Or at least equally bullish. You know, last time it shot us up 200 points, which would put us almost at 4,000 on SPX right now. Big thanks for answering so many of my questions despite my now non-member status. Oh, dude, don't worry about it. Thank you so much, Notson. Do you expect you? Yeah, I think Gme can drop a little more. You think we might see some of that wild SPX action like back on 1013 where we got slammed and ripped right back up? That's possible. Yeah. They'll, since so many of them are in straddles and strangles, expect someone to try to grab the short side, right? What's weird here is the positioning on SPX. Like, if I zoom out on the prices here a little bit, a lot of the strangle positioning is from like here down to right here. So 38.50 to 37.50. But a lot of the straddle positioning is kind of in the middle of that range, right? 38. I'm trying to find 38.20 to 37.80. Right. So these are strangles. These are a little more concentrated. And these are straddles, and these are the strangles. What's interesting is we've already drifted to the low end of the straddles and strangles, which indicates that there's probably a bit of a bullish lean into CPI. So I think institutions are expecting a decent print. And yeah, what this allows them to do is close the short leg as prices rise, right? So if they short today, you know, they can put their straddles and strangles in the money, right? And then tomorrow they can close the short leg and let the long legs ride. Generally the market will move inverse to that kind of like wherever, you know, the stronger sentiment is. And right now, I mean, even without knowing that, you know, call side positioning on SPX is far stronger to the upside than put side positioning is to the downside. So we already know that they've leveraged the long side harder. And then also, you know, the current positioning, like the current pricing in the market benefits the long side of the straddles and strangles more. How the fuck am I being ignored? I don't know. Did you say anything important? I've read several of the things you said today. Maybe it's because Carl just keeps timing you out. All right, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. I think it's not worth selling CCs on Upstart until after OPEX. The bar rate rising, it could pop early. Thoughts? I'm gonna sell CCs after tomorrow because I want to see what happens with CPI first. But after tomorrow, I'm gonna sell CCs for this Friday. I'm probably not gonna sell anything for next Friday. Maybe I will. I don't know. That's tougher. If I do, I'll sell them further out of the money. What is this? It's your members chat. Dan Weekly's Arama. Asking again if the primes are called and the shorts get squeezed out and the market is at an all-time high. I don't know if we're gonna go to an all-time high. Will the primes sell the top and crash the market for their profit? Yeah. So they pull back all their equity and then dump it. The effect of this is visible in like other crash environments on the market, right? If we go back to like previous crashes, so if you look at like the COVID crash, you start to see like a very rapid change in what was a slow uptrend, right? See that deviation? Even here where, you know, the market was like skittish, you know, you see, you know, you have a continuing uptrend, right? But then you have like this kind of big spike. If you look before Volmageddon, back here, you know, about 30 days before the crash happened, you see, you know, the market just actually fucking rockets up. There's other instances of this as well. If we go back to 08, which is back here, you know, you see, I think you see multiple events of this nature occur back in 08, but I mean, you can call them bear market rallies, but and I think institutions were honestly less prepared back then. Also, margin leverage in the market back in 08 was, you know, like 10% of what it is now. And then you don't really see it in the .com era. If we go back to that, the .com era was a weird crash, right? You know, this had to do with like declining valuations over time, more than like massive equity sell-offs. And so the .com crash was actually, it had some really rapid movement, right? But ultimately, the whole crash was really kind of slow, and took quite some time, like a couple of years. But here's another example. Back in like what was it, 98? So you know, I don't think risking off is that weird. The question is that what we're seeing now, right? Like, is this rally going to be sufficient to indicate that it's a risk off event, or are we just going to continue to see a slow decline like the .com bubble? What's up, Turd? You got out of your court hearing for what? Is that for that ticket you got? What's the best way to capture the market spike but keep exposure for the inevitable crash? I mean, short dated calls, long dated puts, right? I mean, it's less disadvantageous for us to buy like put positions with Theta, right? Because well, we're not buying as much, right? So we don't have to leverage a lot, and so the cost and risk aren't as bad on the retail level to buy that put Theta. I mean, they're a little expensive, but their potential is unbelievable. Before a tsunami, the tide gets pulled offshore before crashing back in and flooding it. Yeah, I mean, it's similar. Is Upstart going to be part of the potential run? I actually think Upstart has the most potential out of the stocks I'm watching. Why am I being ignored? I've said almost nothing, and certainly nothing important. That could be why. Carl is already a moderator, Bipolar Bear. Yeah, they're not seller boxing the market. What are you on about? SPX Strangle Straddle still looking good for tomorrow. I'm in them. I already strangled at 37.65. They definitely weren't prepared for '08. Some were, some weren't. There wasn't. Don't forget that as time goes on, those entities become more efficient, right? And so stuff we didn't see in '08, but we see then during like Volmageddon and the COVID crash. Those trends that are obviously much stronger in more recent years. Is has a lot to do with efficiency in the market and like risk management and things like that. And that kind of stuff evolves over time. And the speed of information is drastically faster now than it was in '08, and even faster in '08 than it was in 2001, right? Like, yeah, a lot of puts are printing, but it's leaving a lot of gaps to the upside, which makes me think that the downward price action's a bit too accelerated. Court hearing sounds more interesting than meeting. Oh, I'm not ignoring you, Cobra. No one's being ignored. At least not intentionally. Is there a reason to hold stocks during a crash? Why not sell everything? There's arguments on both sides of that fence. I feel ignored as well. I've said nothing, but you could just put my name in your mouth from time to time. I'm sorry, I'll try to just randomly mention you, Sean McDanry. $5 November 25 Fubo calls? I was thinking $3 January calls, but yours is a way more bullish than mine. Maybe 350 Jan calls? I like those too. You playing this potential bounce off 3750? Not really. I could. I don't think I like it. No. I mean, if I was gonna play it, I'd probably just buy some more puts. This looks weak. What's up, buckled up, Jen? Hey, Gurk, I've been out of work for the last 4 or 5 trading days and just tuned back in to hear Upstart has the most potential. Thank you for the hopium, sir. I already came to terms with being a poor again. I mean, right? On a day when the rest of the basket is being shorted to into the fucking ground, Upstart has moved up. How much from its overnight low? It's like quite a bit, right? Ah, you bitch. Peak today, up. That can't be right. 28% up from the bottom? Right now it's 22% up from the bottom? It's pretty good. Also, the cost to borrow is doubled, which is something I like to see around this time frame. Upstart back on reg show. I warn you all now, if OPEX causes Upstart to go back on reg show, I am going to buy so much fucking Upstart and only talk about Upstart for the next 3 months. Oh god. Everyone stop whoring it up for attention, please. I do my best to answer everyone's questions. Gotcha, trash. I keep asking if you can look at the Amazon chart. What about it? It's falling off a cliff of the rest of the market, at least today. Earnings were kind of shitty. It hasn't recovered. This price is very cheap, but I would still target sub 80 or 81 for like a buy-in. And yes, I'm aware that's the bottom of the COVID crash. Is your strike and theta strategy for Opex calls the same for all of the basket stocks that we follow here? Pretty much, yeah. I mean, most positions when I'm targeting like a certain, like a very specific time period, I buy, out of the money first, and then I kind of work my way in to nearer and nearer the money strikes. Now there might be a chance. Let me look. No. Yeah, SPX still doesn't look good for a turnaround. The coming months are scaring me. Yeah, try not to have an existential crisis. Um, if the market does crash, and we're kind of right about the time frame, everyone has the potential to make an obscene amount of money, which will then be worth less. The Composite Man is the idea that the market participants are always acting against retail's interests, and that you should follow everything they do because they know best. It's a theory developed by Wyckoff to explain institutional positioning in the market and the efficiencies in their positioning that advantage them the most can be taken advantage of by smaller traders by simply following in their footsteps. Some of it's correct, some of it's wrong. The market is vastly different than it was 100 years ago. The psychological aspects of it still hold true, but the ability for retail to track positioning and stuff like that has improved greatly. There's more opportunity to leverage against or with large institutions, and there's better understanding of that positioning now than Wyckoff had when, attempting to figure out the accumulation and distribution of large institutional positions. It's tough when Senpai doesn't notice you. I'm sorry. Your rev call's closed? Really? I haven't been able to sell a single fucking one. Gork, thanks, Dad. You like weed at these prices? It's not terrible. I think it's a little better than my last buy-in. Yeah, a little better than my last buy-in. You could maybe be patient with it, but it's a decent price. Remember, with wheat, you want to stay close to the money or have shares. You need a lot of theta, shitloads of it. And when it goes up, you sell it. Right? Its peaks tend to be very volatile and short-lived. Is it okay if I make white? I can only make translucent and slightly cloudy, or should I see a Dan about it? Maybe just take some vitamins or something? I got Gme December 30C for 119, up 10% so far, so good. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's actually pretty decent. Ooh, Cenis. Hmm. How greedy do I want to be with this? $37.60s? Oh no! I did it too late. Oh well. Would Upstart reg show prior to Opex make any difference? More bullish? Way more bullish. It wouldn't make a difference in the Opex run, but way more bullish. It going on reg show during the Opex run, also really bullish. But before the Opex run, insane. Upstart? And the reason you do that is to capture IV. Also, the other, I assume you're talking about the way I move into OPEX positioning. The other reason is not just to capture IV, because obviously, like as time wears on and you approach your target date, IV may increase slightly, right? Because price action should get more and more volatile into that period. This looks like a good run, by the way, on SPX. But the other reason being is that you avoid near term delta sensitivity, right? So by buying those delta insensitive contracts early, which are very cheap and relatively stable, your only exposure is to implied volatility at first, and then you slowly, as you know, because price is going to consolidate, right? So say you expect a move here, you'd expect price to kind of consolidate into that move, right? So the bigger moves in price are going to be further out, and then that's going to move into a narrower range, and then price action's really going to tighten up a lot. And this is when it's best to buy delta sensitive calls, right? Like if you buy delta sensitive calls here, your calls are going to go all over the fucking place, in and out of the money, right? But if you buy them here, the rate of change in the price of the underlying is very very minimal, right? And as the price approaches a breakout point, and so out here, you buy your IV sensitivity, and you're not exposed to all this wonkiness in the price action. And then as you approach the date, you start averaging into your delta sensitive positions when price action is far more stabilized. So like if you bought, $25 calls on GME yesterday, you'd be fucking massively underwater today, right? This is also a good time to sell CCs because you're selling the volatility. So, these opportunities give you a chance to sell covered calls, which allow you to build up capital to deploy in that window. Power hour, yes. Chris, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. No, I didn't vote. Do you see Gme running around 80% for OPEX? I'd love for that to happen, but that seems like a bit much. Is that not what we do by observing institutional options positioning? To a degree, yeah. Like I said, some parts of it are correct. I would never have thought I would gain a better understanding of the financial markets from a pickle man than I did during my MBA. What a long, strange trip it's been. Thank you, 404 Not Found. And happy anniversary, man. Craig's Day veteran. Why did you choose to strangle over straddle for CPI? I have a straddle. I have a straddle at 37.65. Also, and I mean, real traders would have complimented me on this already. Not only do I have a straddle at 37.65, but my cost basis on those contracts is exactly the same. It's a point of pride. I'm very proud of it. Do you find it hilarious that Upstart is down 27% in the pre-market but now both Fubo and Gme are down more than that in market hours. It's funny, but it's also kind of makes you want to buy more Upstart. Holy, I did it. I bought my first option an hour ago. Fubo Feb 23, 350 call. I know I'm a baby trader doing baby steps, but I overcame my fear of options trading. That's awesome, man. Remember that, you know, your risk is the premium, right? Uh, so it's probably significantly less than if you'd bought shares. Uh, I think people ignore that sometimes. You just don't have the infinite time that you do with shares. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. Do you think Upstart at the 1650 is a solid place to average down? Choked, I waited. 1389 solid. Just thinking if tomorrow is bullish, Upstart will go with the market. Um, I agree that Upstart will move up with the market if tomorrow's bullish. But if tomorrow's bearish, it won't. How would I position if I were trying to get in now? You know what I might do is I might sell like near the money CSPs. That way, if it moves down, I can get a cheaper price with cost minus like strike minus premium. Um, and if it moves up, I just get my premium, right? So like at least I was paid for taking the risk. I'd imagine Upstart puts are still quite fucking pricey. Yeah, they're still pretty pricey. I mean, a $16 put gets you a buy-in at that's November 18th. A $16 put for this Friday gets you a buy-in at just a little over 1550. It's not terrible. You could target a wider range than that. I mean, you could probably target sub 16, like maybe like the 1550 mark. But that gets you a buy-in at 1520 if it drops. But if it doesn't drop, you know, you pick up your yield. It ties up a lot of capital though. So that's something to consider. And obviously, if you're bullish on it, assignment's desirable, so you could miss out. IV is rising on GME. Yeah, it generally does when GME is shorted this hard. I think they'll try to stabilize IV after they're done shorting. So be patient, but you know, like whatever range we end up in, we'll probably stay there, and we might have like one, you know, one other big spike to the downside. If you look at these periods historically, and this is really starting to look a lot like one on GME. Like let's go back to May. In May we have this big downside move preceding Opex, right? And this is kind of the bottom of the short range, right? And then we climb back up, and IV gets drawn. Well, volatility is dropped through this period. So volatility spikes here and then kind of grinds down. And then it spikes a little bit on this last drop, right? And then starts to climb and then rockets into Opex, right? And March is very similar. Um, a little distended because of earnings, but we had a hard short at the beginning, actually over a couple days, and this is something to watch out for with today's short. Is I think we may see another day of shorting, like really hard shorting, like another big like 10% move down, or maybe more, right? And then, you know, IV stabilizes, right? And they grind out the IV in a really narrow range. And then, you know, it runs, right? Uh, we can look at this effect a few other places as well. If we go back to November OPEX, pressure was a little different, but very similar price action, right? You know, big short, IV grinds out, we move up. August, same deal. Big short, grind up, another short, and then up for OPEX. Uh, it's very repeatable. May back then was a little weird, but options interest was so high back here. This is before the shareholders meeting, but still, you know, a big short, and then the range was a little less constrained, but and then we, you know, move up for OPEX. I think even Feb was fairly similar to this. They, well, at least they tried. Uh, is this February? No, that's March. February's back here. You know, February was fairly similar. Few days of shorting. IV grinds out. Big upside. And that's it's a persistent effect, right? This is like, because right before OPEX, you know, this is like the last of their liquidity. So you know, they get a little bit of liquidity out here on the ETF FTDs here. And you know, they use that last bit of liquidity to really short down as hard as they feasibly can. And then they use internalization to stabilize into the OPEX period, right? And this allows them to get the price nice and low, and then they grind IV back down so they can position on the long side, right? And then they close all their short positions, stock rockets. And if you look at the IV trend through those periods, it's also the same. So I like seeing this. It's something we haven't seen since May, really. It's easy to get faked out on it though. You buy wheat futures? Yeah, I've traded a few contracts. Oh, Gurky, your straddle is so tight. Thanks. I never thought I'd learn more about financial markets from a pickle than I did with my philosophy music double major BA. Thanks, Kirk. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. I'm new here. What's up with Jimmy? Talk to me with Hopium. I just did. I got that covered. Breast poors with a bit less money who need to take a bit more risk. Ideally, you still want to target like a 0.3. Like, this is the most profitable range for calls on GME OPEX. Tends to be between 0.3 and 0.1 delta. These are, you know, the easiest to trade. They tend to go in the money. So, you know, risk is offset a little by, you know, how close you are to the money. The other option is like volatility plays. And they're not really a guarantee. They're slippery. Premium on them rockets up and down very rapidly. The closer you are to the money, the better they are, the more stable they are, or the further dated you have them. So you have two choices with the volatility plays. You can either be closer dated and nearer the money, or further dated and out of the money, right? So let's say like 30 DTE, and let's say like 90 DTE, right? Um, both of those are sort of similar. The 30 DTE will pick up more delta value, but it'll have less Vega sensitivity. The farther dated ones will pick up literally no delta value, for the most part, unless we run like 100%. But they will pick up more Vega faster, so their multiplier on IV is more rapid. Um, and they're also higher in the smile, right? If you think about like the IV smile, they're positioned up here, so IV increases more rapidly on these contracts, and as does their IV multiplier, and they're less sensitive to near-term price action. You can also get a lot of leverage on them for very cheap, but that comes with increased risk, right? Jesus Christ, is Jason Bourne? Where? Well, I think I've blown up my WeBull port, so I get an award or something. If you talk to Popcorn Trader and write his wife a really nice letter, she might give you a new port. Is Gme IV still elevated? It's moving up today a bit because it's been shorted so hard. Also, volume today is pretty high, 7.26 million. It's way outside of our recent trend, right? I sent you a DM. What do you got, Atomic? Is it sexy? Oh. Why the fuck did someone buy 23,000 contracts of Rev? This could be bullish. I don't know why they're buying them back. They could just let them expire worthless. If you couldn't afford SPX, how would you play CPI? You can use leverage funds. You can use SPY. You can use XSP. But you have to be really careful with XSP. So a lot of people recommend XSP, and there's a lot of problems with this. So XSP is like tiny SPX, right? Um, but the issue here is institutions don't really trade this. It's mostly retail traders, and the spreads are really wide. So you have to find, you can only really actively trade it on strikes that have high OI. And that makes it very hard to set up straddles, right? Because, if you have like 3760 or 376.50, right? And you have like there's probably not going to be any OI at this strike, right? So you need to set up your straddle at 37.50 or 375. In which case, like if you want to trade XSP, I would just use SPY. SPY's better. But you can also use, there's smaller or cheaper funds. You can use, like TQQQ and SQQQ. You can use SPXS and XPXL, for cheaper positioning to the same effect. Obviously, the profits are going to be drastically different, right? But I mean, I'm not like long Upstart as a company, but I kind of like them. Like, I'm not. It's not really like a sector I'm super interested in, but if you guys listen to their earning calls, I mean, they know their business, they understand their market, they're preparing themselves and have been preparing themselves for this, period of time where, demand was going to be very low. And they're trying to expand to get themselves more exposure into, auto and business loans where demand is still relatively high. And since they make so much money per dollar in sales, like their revenue per dollar of sales is like over 50%. Um, you know, they don't need a lot more business to really succeed, right? They're very low overhead, minimal number of employees. They're a very efficient business, and we've talked about in the past how GME will benefit in a recession from its efficiency. I think Upstart will too. Um, there's some things I'd like to see improve for them before I was like, oh yeah, this is a company I'd like to be long on. But I really like the way that they're addressing the current economic climate and how it's affecting their business. And I think they're not going under anytime soon. And I think institutions agree with my assessment of that, as they have been buying more at these prices. Should it have ever been $400 a share? Probably not, right? But um that's kind of another story. How do I sell CCs from computer share? You can't. Um Thanks for the DM, Atomic. I'm super fucking far behind on chat, I think. One day I'll have a port full of good stocks and there will be Rev there still. Yeah. I'm gonna start buying in next week, Johnny. Probably. For GME at least. I mean, the window is crosses of gamma max whenever they occur, and it may not occur T+2 after the peak. Um, there may only be one cross of gamma max, but yeah, usually about 30 days out within the money contracts. I'm not sure when GME's next earnings call is because they haven't announced it, right? Not that it's been moved, it just simply hasn't been announced. But I think the estimate is somewhere around like December 13th. So I wouldn't want to sell contracts beyond earnings, right? That's something to keep in mind. So if I sold, shorter dated contracts, I would probably be selling them for, or if I was selling in the money CCs, I wouldn't be selling them into earnings. I thought they were PCO. They can still be treated. They're not position close only. There are no new positions can be opened. So there's no sell to open for calls or puts, right? So no new contracts can be created, but all existing contracts remain. December 16th, $40 calls be a good balance for Opex. I'll probably pick up some of those. What's the delta on those right now? Yeah, that's not bad. That's within that range, right? That range of like 0.3 to 0.1 delta extends all the way out to the $45 calls. Obviously, calls the further out of the money, the less delta, the riskier. They're unlikely to like at that point they're kind of unlikely to pick up any intrinsic value. The 35Cs apparently a bunch got bought out. SPX is tanking now. It's still just chopping around 37.50. Thanks so much for the strategy breakdown. I know you explain the same things on here day in and day out, so I appreciate the patience for the dummies out here. Yeah, it's not a problem, man. I don't mind when people want to understand more. That's cool. Tell that guy who blew up his port to go to the gas station. When I was 5, my dad said he was going to the gas station for a pack of Newports. I assume that's what he meant. Will Upstart go to 38.59? Who knows? Upside, inside out, she's living La Vida Loca. She'll push and pull you down, living La Vida Loca. Thank you so much, turd. Oh boy. What do you think of Upstart's insane bounce? Everyone who's talking shit last night's a big shill. Upstart's amazing. I'm really happy about it. Also, borrow rate doubled on it today, so they were shorting into the rising price. It's not a good look, right? That's kind of desperate. I've just been scalping Upstart, buy some calls or puts in the morning, dip or rip, and then dump later in the day, 15-30%. Not much, but it's honest work. Yeah, there's money to be made on its volatility. I just noticed the VN at 24.94. Isn't it usually below 20? Yeah, so Vega neutral on GME has been skyrocketing for the last few days. Just it's like going parabolic. I'm I'm not sure what it's indicative of, but it seems like put closures or like large swaths of put closures or somebody, heavily hedging Vega. It's not something that I see repeated frequently in the past. But volatility across the entire market's just super fucked up right now. And yeah, that's the technical description of it. I don't think Vega neutral this year has ever climbed above GME's price. And the closest we ever came to Vega neutral was when we tested it on March 14th at the beginning of this year. We tapped it right before Opex. I will say that there is an update here. What is that? Oh, is that not an update? Vega neutral. Yeah, 24.94. So we're just under it, which is very strange. A drop below Vega neutral, a test of Vega neutral should kind of like forces a re-hedging of positioning on GME, and so yeah, we'll see how that goes. Let's wait and see what data looks like. Or maybe I'll post the numbers after hours and see what today's change in Vega neutral looks like. Because maybe Vega neutral pulled down after market open and we didn't really fall below it. Remember, that's this morning's data. When will you be entering Upstart Opex calls? Dude, I have like 1,400 calls on Upstart right now. I'll be buying more over like the next few days. I bought some today because it was so cheap. I'll probably buy some more like beginning of next week, end of this week. BTU and Oxy dumping. Okay. I mean, for me, they're both kind of like long holds, AJ. If you're playing them for the near term, you should have stops. Any idea how much those Rev Jan 35s sold for? The person entity that bought them. No. 0.5, 0.05. So minimum bid, looks like. But someone bought them for money when they were worthless, which is interesting. That's not why you got flack, not a poor. You got flack for adding everyone with a recommendation to buy any security. What are your predictions on the CPI? Big miss or good data? I still think like something within a 0.2 range, maybe even 0.1. Positive, negative, or flat, but minimal move. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of heating up of CPI. We could, obviously. CPI is very unpredictable. Nobody understands how inflation works for the most part. But I would say that my highest confidence is in like 6.8. 6.7 would be pretty fucking bullish. I don't know if we see that, that's indicating a continued decline in the acceleration of core inflation, which is the market's going to take that as a very bullish data point. Can you walk through how you knew Upstart was likely to drop on earnings to the market maker pricing? Okay, well, I expected Upstart earnings to miss, right? First of all, everybody in their sector has been missing earnings for the most part. And loan origination, especially on mortgages, is down like 90% over the last 90 days. So no new loans are being created. Their revenue and free cash flow are going flat. I expected their earnings to not be good. They just laid off a large number of them, a materially relevant number of employees. And then as far as the price target, the market maker in the early part of yesterday, which was when I checked, was pricing in a 22% move based on the IV to the up or downside, and I expected downside, so my price target was 13.90. The short positions on Upstart are massively over leveraged, so I expected them to take advantage of any bad earnings in an attempt to drop the price and get some liquidity. Right, dropping the price causes people to sell off. When you have a stock that's facing liquidity issues, you have two choices, right? You need to either raise the price to get people to sell, or you need to drop the price to get people to sell. If the stock trades flat, no one's going to do anything, right? They're just going to hold on to their positions. So, these are the only places where you can unlock liquidity, and stocks that are at all-time lows, dropping them to a new low isn't going to get you as much liquidity as raising the price, right? And so, obviously they're going to try to take advantage of a bad earnings and try to pick up what liquidity they can at the lower price, but that lower price isn't going to last very long. They kind of needed to run the basket for October Opex, but weren't positioned for it. So they're trying to hold on to November Opex, but they aren't going to make it. They might not. They might not make it all the way to November Opex. That's something that, you know, needs to be considered, is that, you know, they're running out of liquidity very rapidly, especially when they short hard like this. Chews up a lot of the free liquidity that they have. And when the liquidity runs out, right, then volatility starts increasing, right, as an effect of a lower liquidity environment. If you guys read the DD, I explain it all. And if you run out of liquidity for too long, or too much liquidity is pulled out of the system rapidly, you end up with like Jan 21 all over again, right? And they don't want that. They already fucking made that mistake once. Median consensus is 7.9. That's not for core. That's for inflation rate, right? I see consensus roughly 8%, but yeah, we may see inflation year over year drop to 7.9. I'm speaking as to the growth in core inflation. So core inflation's been heating up, even though inflation's been dropping, right? Which is, you know, inflation minus what is it, energy and it's like energy and food, right? I think is what they take out of it. And that's the concerning one. Like the inflation rate, an inflation rate to 7.9 is a good is good. It's bullish, but core inflation is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of core inflation accelerating beyond their ability to control it with monetary policy. They're going to depend on Black Friday to tout inflation dropping. Some good deals out there. Core doesn't seem to be dropping looking at my budget. Yeah, core doesn't seem to be slowing down, which is a problem. Black Friday will be really good for a lot of businesses because they'll be able to dump their kind of overstuffed inventories at a discount, and it's going to make their revenues look really good for quarter 4 earnings. And that's why I've kind of targeted like the beginning of Q1 or Q2 next year for a bottom in the market, because I think we're going to see a lot of inventories dumped off through this holiday season, but at a discounted rate. So, you know, their month over month will look really good, but their year over year is not going to be so hot. I think they could short GME for like another day. If CPI misses and the market comes down, they'll short GME more. They're not out of liquidity, but they're close. Binance walks away from the FTX deal. Yeah, I already heard about that. Thank you, Askel. But I don't think SPX looks that bad. It would have been I would have liked it better to settle in the 3800 range rather than the 3750 range. But, you know, we were likely going to pull down into one of those two ranges as, you know, delta neutral positioning built up and we get kind of like channel locked into the end of the day. The fact that we're drifting to the low end is arguably slightly bullish, but given that most of the leveraged positioning is on the call side, 6.5 would be very bullish. Yeah, they've been pretty accurate in the past. SLD sell-off tomorrow. SLD's next week. Then inventories can't backfill because supply chains are garbage. Actually, supply chain issues are easing a bit. Not a lot, but a bit. So it's better than it was. I would say supply chain issues are better than they were Q1 of this year. Still a problem. I'm not disagreeing, but not nearly as bad as they were. I got my inflation relief check from California, so naturally I bought a new TV, so I wouldn't contribute to more inflation. SLD is the third Monday of each month. It's the Wednesday before the monthly options settlement or expiration. Yeah, deposits begin on November 16th. They finalize on the 21st at market open. And then settlement carries through, I believe, till the third Monday of the following month. True or false? Tomorrow outcome is most likely VOPs. I'm leaning bullish, but it could be very negative. The only reason I'm leaning bullish is because the bearish side is weaker, right? There's a higher chance that we get a print that the market views as bullish than there is that we get a print that the market views as bearish. Okay, hear me out. Rev 35Cs are insanely cheap. If there is a buyout, for example, if someone averaged down their cost to around 5 cents, what kind of IV changes could we expect? I mean, I don't know. The fucking price of the stock is like nothing. And the 35s don't have a lot of theta left on them. I mean, the best hope for those contracts is that someone puts a buyout offer on the table before the new year, and ideally before the end of this month. Do you think that our mini market bull run is over after CPI, after weekly's close, or will SPY keep running with OPEX? That's hard to say. It depends on which direction like leverage moves with CPI or with SLD. I still think CBI could be bullish. I know it doesn't look that way today because we're down a couple hundred BPS, but you know, the market's been moving up and down a few hundred BPS 3 or 4 times a day for the last couple weeks. I just want to say what's up and see if you came up with any advice for Kendra on the white brown quagmire he found himself in yesterday. Cheers. Yeah, Kendra needs to wear condoms because he does not need to be having any children. 11K volume on Gme, Jan 23, 2250 puts today. That's the kind of options volume I want to see. Yeah, that's nice. Gme trying to close above 25. That's not fucking happening. Summarize your job. Would you say you watch bears and bulls fight and bet on the winner once you're confident enough? No. What's with the sudden SPX drop? I mean, we slipped the 3750 resistance. So it pulled back. I mean, we'll probably climb into close a little bit. Could be just like an end of day sell off, de-risking into the morning's SLD. I don't think it's a big deal. It looks like it's kind of like the downside's kind of peaking here. So I'm up 20% on long dated SPY put. My instinct is to sell it and reposition in the next couple of weeks. Is that a dumb move? I mean, if you're directionally leveraged with no hedge right now, you're taking a huge risk riding those profits into CPI. If CPI prints bullish, the market's going to rocket up to like 3,900 again, maybe higher, right? Um, if CPI is bearish, you can make a lot of money, but that's a huge amount of risk with no hedge. Puts overpriced. Drifted to 37.50 on little volume. Positioning didn't jump into downside bets. We'll just buy more. JPAL will just buy more. Fuck me. Fuck the Bears. We'll see. CPI's in pre-market. Yeah, 8:30 a.m. Make sure that you before everyone freaks out tomorrow morning. You know now that you have like 9 minutes left to set up some kind of hedge or protect your profits. Consider that because it is an unknown factor. What strike and date do your SPX straddle contracts have? They're 11/14, 37.65 strike. They have 25 of each. 100% I didn't hear any of this and blame you all day for my losses tomorrow. Okay, that's fine. Full port 1 DT SPX puts. Got it. No, BTC is not having fun today. You said you don't believe in MOASS, but a Jan-like event is possible. Can you elaborate on that? I mean, if some sort of outside force can put enough pressure on their liquidity again, then yeah, another Jan-like event is possible. I don't think MOASS is possible because, well, that's horseshit, right? No, they're not gonna let any stock run to the fucking numbers that people talk about regarding MOASS. But yeah, they could experience a liquidity shock in the same way they did when Cohen bought in the second time, right? So all of these stocks at certain points in their cycle are very susceptible to liquidity shock, essentially. So someone comes in and buys a large amount of the underlying, which has already failed, right? And that's why they're using synthetic liquidity to short, especially at the end of these cycles. And someone doing that with millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, can really fuck their day up. And in January you kind of had the perfect culmination of bulls driving the market higher against entrenched short positions, which then put risk on volatility shorts. So Melvin's position fucked Kenny's position, right? Because Kenny's a vol short, Melvin was a long short, right? And this is kind of why I'm really attracted to Upstart, because Upstart has really entrenched short positions, but it also has volatility shorters on top of it, right? And I don't think the stock's going out of business, which really, and it's got a pretty small float, relatively speaking, and a lot of insider ownership. So the liquidity is already kind of dry there to begin with. And if there is a big price movement or a lot of FOMO, I think Upstart can really run hard because it starts to put all of those positions at risk simultaneously. BTC at 16K. Whoa, called it. Where's Gaff? Gaff, fuck you, you son of a bitch. Thank you, Mojo FOMO. Great name, by the way. Just buy a put and a call. Both cost like $1. The worst thing that can happen is you lose $100. The best thing, you can make 1K on one of them. Upstart still got another $120 million worth of share buyback money capital available, I believe. They bought back 900,000 over the last quarter. And that's got to be scary for all the shorts too. And it's not really that the shorts aren't profitable at Upstart. They're hugely profitable. It's just that they've all piled in so much, someone's got to close, right? Now they're stuck. FTX not same like Lehman. FTX tiny and insignificant. All of Bitcoin isn't like compared to like the value of other markets, like all of the crypto market isn't worth fuck all. The derivatives market is worth quadrillions of dollars. And crypto's, you know, well, now not worth anything. Crypto's worth less than fucking Apple by a lot. Do you think today might have actually been utilizing that buyback money? That would make sense with the borrow rate and resistance to negative price action. Maybe. What's the? I mean, if you're buying back your own stock, when would you buy it? I'd probably buy it after bad earnings at an all-time low. BTC market cap 312 billion. Yeah. Are you factoring my Rev 35 C's into that derivatives calculation? Yes. When does the company announce that they bought back? I believe the safe harbor laws allow them to not say anything until the next quarterly report. Or safe harbor provisions. They don't have to say shit. They can announce it at any time. BTC 100K end of 2021 confirmed. Why is Gme IV spiking? Because Gme is very volatile today. Large moves on big volume. Spike IV. Though we'll probably bounce back from this drop a little bit, and then they'll probably spend the rest of the next 2 weeks crushing IV. But we could still go down hard one more time. So watch out for that opportunity. Best hedge for Gme by weekly puts? There really isn't a good one at these prices. You don't really need to hedge GME right now, do you? I mean, I guess. You wouldn't want weekly puts. You'd want very far dated puts that aren't going to be affected by changes in near-term volatility. Like 6 months or a year. They really want it below 37.50 in a close. Sad cringe. Ugh, I don't know if they're gonna. I mean, they might make it. We'll see. Vega neutral? It's the neutral point of Vega on the options chain. Why is it important? It's just the direction of market maker hedging of Vega. Movements in it over time. Has Gme IV ever gone over 200% during Opex? Yes. No, if we're actually going to have an Opex, IV would be lower next week. It would be lower at the the beginning of next week if we track historical volatility. Why is VN so high? I don't know. It's just rocketing. Someone's hedging a lot of Vega. There is no neutral point for Gamma. That's why there's no value. Ding ding. The day is done. Okay, I feel like I've explained more than enough today. So we got CPI is going to be coming in at 8:30 a.m. Like I said earlier, positioning in the market right now is at the lower end of the straddles, and the strangles are in the money, right? So the put side of the strangles are in the money, and the put side of the straddles are also in the money, just a little bit actually. This slow drift down into the bearish side of this relatively delta neutral positioning would indicate that there's an effort to lower the price in the market and close the short side first. I would agree with that, given that long side leverage on SPX is higher than put side leverage, right? This is much stronger. So institutions option positioning indicates that they are more bullish right now on the outcome of tomorrow's print than they are bearish. Lots of puts closed off today at like 3,800 and 3,780 as well. So I think the market's leaning into a more bullish outcome for the morning, but we'll see what happens. Obviously, they don't know, or they wouldn't be setting up delta neutral positioning either. Fubo, Gme, both getting just absolutely fucking rocked today with short interest. Don't worry, that's a normal part of this period of time, and as long as our expectations remain on track for Opex, and we're seeing borrow rates drive up, we're seeing the stock shorted, we're seeing liquidity dried up. These are all really good indicators of a potential Opex run, and a large liquidity grab that Opex represents. So I know it feels shitty, but we want to see this. We want to see a big hard short moving into the Opex period. Over the next few days, we may see more shorting. We may start to see IV grind down a little bit. Obviously, market performance will play a role in that, but not necessarily. And then Upstart today did very well. It performed really well. I don't know if that's due to share buybacks, it's due to puts closing that were in the money. It's probably a mixture of both, but someone didn't want the price to come up today, and we saw the borrow rate double from 15% yesterday to into the 30% range today, with very, very few shares available to borrow. And remember, cost to borrow as we see it isn't really indicative of what funds are paying their prime to borrow shares, but cost to borrow increasing does correlate with them borrowing more shares, right? And so while that number is kind of irrelevant, the interest that generates an increase in that number is very, very important, right? If they are turning to their primes to short directly, they're taking on a lot of counterparty risk, which we discussed earlier, and that counterparty risk is very dangerous. That's one of the biggest advantages to synthetic shorting, is there's no counterparty risk, right? You just have a time frame that you're locked into to cover. Whereas with when you're doing direct shorting of an equity through a prime and borrowing shares, you're taking on a ton of risk. And so they really only take on that risk when it's necessary. And so if you look at March Opex, and we saw borrow rate climb up into like the 30-40% range, and you look at May Opex, and we saw they were unable to get the borrow rate back down, and then we saw borrow rate shift up into like the 100% range on GME. That's because liquidity was too dry. They ran out of liquidity, and they had to turn to the lending pools, and it takes them a really long time to de-risk those positions. So hopefully over the next 5 days or so, we'll really see more action on GME's borrow rate. But the fact that we're seeing it on Upstart now is a really good sign. And hopefully all the borrow rates for those stocks begin to increase rapidly. November 14th through 18th is OPEX. No, OPEX is on November 18th. It's the expiration for the monthly options contract. The settlement period for that expiration is T+2 from that date. So October 21st, 22nd, 23rd. There is a holiday the week of settlement. So we may see them start de-risking positions early in order to avoid continuing price action through the holiday. All right, cool. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I'm not going to take any medication tomorrow because that shit really fucked me up today. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.